Hello? Oh, what the hell? What happened to the game? Oh, there it is. Okay, hold on a minute. No, it should be fine. Oh my god, why is it doing that? Okay. Okay, I'm not sure why it's... Seriously, the Windows! Jesus Christ, The stream is late today? Yeah. I initially intended to stream earlier, but there was some miscommunication between me and my dad. He said, oh yeah, after dinner we're gonna set up this thing. I'm like, okay, I'm waiting. Doesn't happen. I'm like, god fucking damn it, you wasted so much of my time. I was waiting for you to call me to do the thing, but then, oh, okay, I guess we're doing it tomorrow then. Yeah, it was really annoying. Anyway, okay, I don't know why is it suddenly glitching out with this. Oh my Jesus Christ. Okay, whoa. Oh, I don't know if there's any visual glitches happening on the viewer side of the stream, but it's happening on my end. Full screen window? Alright, looks like I'm gonna have to read the chat off my phone then. Okay, there we go. Okay. The hell is my channel? Ah, there it is. Where is it? Okay. Okay, there we go. Alright. I gotta position my phone a bit. Okay. Alright. Let's get started. Been meaning to try out this I wouldn't say new Ace Attorney game, inspired game, because it's been around for a bit, but it was recently made. And well, it's another Ace Attorney inspired game made by a Chinese game development company, so let's see how well things will go here. Hopefully it's not going to be ridiculously hard as the murders at Yangtze River. Lunar Ray. Stay away from me!
什么?
What? Prelude, Deathbound Spectre. August 9th, 9:15 a.m. District Court, Defendant's Lobby. Oh, what the fuck?
这里是法院吗?
Huh? Is this the court?
马上就要开庭了，让你在旁边闭目养养神，你突然鬼喊鬼叫个啥呢？
Okay, I think I'm gonna turn off the voices. Yeah, I'm just gonna turn off that voice. Actually, hold on, is there... wait, should I keep the voices on? Actually, no, because that means I won't be able to hear the objections. Yeah, whatever. We'll see how it goes. What voice do I give you? Actually, hold on, does my sound good? Alright. Yeah, okay, hold on. Yeah, okay, my mic's good, okay. What voice do I give you? The trial's about to start, and you're supposed to rest for a bit. Why are you suddenly screaming?
龙叔，
Chief.
因为这是个关于凶宅闹鬼的案子，我又实在接得太急，昨天看了一整晚的材料。
I took this case in a rush and spent the whole night reviewing the files. Plus, it happened in a murder house.
结果果然刚一闭眼，就开始做乱七八糟的怪梦了。
I just couldn't help having nightmares as soon as I closed my eyes.
哎呀，你这个样子，真的没问题吗？今天可是你作为律师的第一次出庭。
Well, are you sure you're okay? Today's your first time appearing in court as a lawyer.
没问题的吧？
No problem, I suppose.
真是服了你了。
I'm speechless. Okay, I think I'm turning off the voices because, yeah, I want to actually voice out the characters and not have to delay my speech. I'm speechless. Okay, let's end this chaotic opening. Anyway, my name is Luna Ray, a newly graduated lawyer who just returned from studying abroad. And this person who appears rough and unreliable, but is actually much more capable than me, is Charlie Drake, the chief of Drake and Thomas Co., as well as my senior and boss. Today marks the first trial of my career as a lawyer, but the situation right now is a bit tricky for Rookie. As for why, that's a long story. Chief, I don't think I can handle this case by myself.
Hey, calm down. I've registered as an assistant to accompany you in court. The most important thing right now is to communicate with your client. After all, this is a murder case. But you only received this case last night and rushed to court this morning. There must be many details you haven't confirmed yet.
Yes, this defense is completely unplanned, and I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed.
Alright, let's meet your client first. If I remember correctly, she's your senior from college, right?
That's right! It's me, Plum! Wow, Luna! So this is the courtroom. It's not as gloomy as I imagined. It's my first time being a defendant, and there's even a sofa to sit on. I thought I'd be shackled in a prison van. Oh, there are bailiffs guarding everywhere. Wow, how exciting!
Is that excited person your client?
If anyone could act like this after being brought into court as a defendant, it would definitely be her. This seemingly unnervous person is my senior from college, Plum Swift. After graduation, she worked at a law office for only a short time before transitioning to becoming a detective novelist. Although it's hard to believe, her works are said to be quite popular. Just before getting off work last night, I received a call from her, saying she had been arrested on a suspicion of murder. Due to the urgency, she had no choice but to entrust me, the lawyer whom she had the closest relationship. She may be unreliable, but I know she wouldn't go as far as committing murder. Today, I'll have to find out the truth and help her clear her name. No time for small talk. Plum, quick, tell me more details about the case. Huh? I told you everything in the meeting room yesterday. Why ask again? We barely had a chance to talk before the detention center closed. You only showed me some video screenshots. Wow, wasn't that super exciting? Yes, if I hadn't seen those things, I wouldn't have had that nightmare just now. I have already collected those screenshots as evidence. Let's focus on the case now. After all, during our meeting yesterday, all I remember is that shocking line. I was dressed as an evil god and got arrested. You didn't give me anything useful. Wow! When it comes to the case, I'm currently planning a new detective novel. It's normal to dress a bit weird for collecting materials, isn't it? But who knew someone would die as soon as I arrived, making it perfectly normal for me to be arrested as a suspect, right? I don't think either of them is normal.
Is this person really your senior? She doesn't seem like someone who studied law at all.
Two sisters are reflections in a mirror, indistinguishable from each other, and even modern technology can't tell them apart. They appear like shadows in the night, ready to push the incoming detective into an endless abyss. Plum, your novel is becoming more and more fantastical. Is this still a detective story? Wow! Doesn't it resemble the Exploring Science show we used to watch together?
I think I've heard of a similar case.
Are you really supporting such outrageous content? It's okay, Luna. I've already gathered some information before you arrived. It's said that the prosecutor you're facing today just got the license half a month ago. Feeling a bit easier now? Well, I heard about that too. It's good news for you.
Oh wait, that's Charlie. Well, I heard about that too. It's good news for you.
Huh. So today's trial is a showdown between rookies. That gives me a bit of confidence. Yep, that's the spirit.
Look, I've even arranged for some reporters to cover your debut. What? No wonder there's so many people outside with cameras. So you're the one who called me a Plum? If I lose, my career will hit rock bottom right after the debut. Don't worry, this case should be a breeze for you. After all, I'm innocent. I just pushed the victim off and he happened to die. What? You're the thing in the video that pushed the victim down? The distant showdown is about to begin, with a rookie lawyer pitted against the prosecutor in a threatening courtroom clash. Wow, how's that line? Oh, wait a minute. What you just said, you didn't mention it at all yesterday. Huh? I didn't? Maybe I forgot. But...
The court is about to begin in 1 minute. Defense and defendant, please proceed to the courtroom.
Oh no, we have no time left. Wow, anyway, I definitely didn't do it, so relax. Good luck, I'm going in now.
Well, what a unique client. Time's almost up. Take the few pieces of evidence we have and get ready.
Okay. Plum's attitude is always different from ordinary people. I can only rely on the few items on hand. Just in case, I can browse through the exhibit tab in the top right corner. At this point, it's all or nothing. Come on, for me and for Plum.
Right. Lawyer's license. Okay, and that's what Lunar Ray looks like. Charlie Drake, Chief of Drake and Thomas Co. Law Office, who is my boss. He is good at thinking and court debating. The only problem is just slopping his appearance. Lunar Ray, female, there's me, newly appointed lawyer, Drake and Thomas Co. Law Office, Pine Camel. A frail and timid young man said to be the live streamer, Shivery Camel in a spooky shack, discovered dead in a sinister manner within a murder house. Okay, that's the victim, and that's the suspect, alright, and also our defendant. Plum Swift, best-selling detective novelist, and my senior in college, frequently involved in incidents due to suspicious material collecting habits. Lawyer's license. Ooh, nice. Lunar Ray, female. Alright, ID number. Issuing authority. Mystery justice. Issuing date. Okay. License number. License type, full-time lawyer. Okay. Pine Camel's autopsy report. Okay. Time of death was between 3:30 p.m. and 5:15 p.m. on the 8th of August. Cause, skull fracture. There were also extensive bruises on the victim's back, consistent with characteristics of a fall. The live stream, okay, a video recorded by the victim's phone at about 4:57 p.m. on the day of the incident, showing the moment when Plum Swift pushed the victim off. Oh boy, off to a great start. Oof. Wait, you landed on his front? Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck is that? Okay. Yeah, it went down and... What the hell is that? Okay, so... Wait, what? Okay, so he got a skull fracture and he got bruises on the back, but it looks like he fell on his front, so... The fuck? Yeah, because his death happened between 3:30 and 15? So this is like around the time of death, isn't it? Yeah, because it's 4:44. Okay. Showing the moment when he... Yeah, skull fracture and his... Okay, then what the fuck is this? So then he fell and... Yeah, so after he fell is... Where the hell is he? So he's in the murder house, and then he, what, fucked off? And he walked away, and this weird octopus fella came in. No idea what the hell this is.
It's all or nothing. I mean, at this point, it's all or nothing. Come on, for me and for Plum.
Alright, it contains details. Okay, you can see anytime they try to rise. The menu, dialogue, save games, adjust settings, enjoy game. Okay. Yeah. Ooh. Ooh, okay. Fancy court. Oh, hey, I didn't have the chance to read. Okay.
The court is now in session for the trial of Miss Plum Swift.
The defense is, ready.
Arthur Hush.
Let me think. Oh dear, how should I put it? The prosecution is ready. Is that right?
Huh? Isn't the prosecutor today a rookie who just got qualified half a month ago? How come it's a man as old as my grandpa?
Oh, well, I did just get qualified half a month ago. Before that, I was doing some odd jobs in court. I finally got qualified now, you know. How to put it? You're never too old to learn. Oh ho ho.
Could this be one of those stories where a janitor at the court finally gets qualified after years of hard work?
Even such an old man has to appear in court. Maybe they are really short of staff. Just think of it that way.
Has the what the? Oh, I haven't seen that term before.
Has the procuratorate really fallen to such a state? Anyway, focus on the trial now.
Well then, it's Miss Ray and Prosecutor Hush, right? Oh yes, that's right. I'm Prosecutor Hush. Ahem. So the prosecution and the defense today are newcomers to the field. Whether the defendant in this case is guilty or not will largely depend on your performance. So, please do your best. I will.
Let's get straight to the point, Your Honor.
Very well. It seems that both of you are ready. Please proceed with the case summary.
Does he not know how to do an opening statement?
Prosecution? Me? I'm trying to recall it. You're interrupting my thoughts, Your Honor. Now I've forgotten everything. Sorry about that. So, what are you going to do now? Just wait. Oh, I remember now. Oh, you remember? This case, obviously. It's a murder by poisoning. It happened on a cruise ship, and the defendant is a lawyer surnamed Drake. So it's a case like that. What?
Huh? Chief? He seems to think that you're the defendant in this case.
I'm standing far from the center. Even if you got that person wrong, you should think you're the defendant.
That's not the point.
Is there something wrong with what I said?
Yes, there isn't a single part of your statement that is correct.
What should I do?
Can this grandpa prosecutor really make it?
Well, that prosecutor has turned the opening into a mess. This won't do. But we can use this chance to impress the judge. Since the prosecutor is unreliable, use our speech to steer the trial back on track.
I'll give it a try then. After all, I've seen the trial procedure many times. What should I say now is...
Okay, this is kind of... Okay, that's pretty awkward. Because there's no voice line. I think she was supposed to say objection. Man, I really wish there's like a setting that can... Oh man, this is kind of awkward. Yeah, because this only cancels out the... Yeah, this is weird. Sound effects, BGM. Man. We'll see.
The prosecution statement seems to partly deviate from the facts. So regarding the defendant and the details of the case, please allow the defense to make corrections.
Objection sustained. Defense, you may go ahead.
First, as you said in the opening, we're here today to try a murder case. My client, the defendant Plum Swift, is suspected of killing Pine Camel, a ghost hunt live streamer. Is that correct?
What you said finally matches the information I have. I can understand livestream, but what is Ghost Hunt livestream?
The Ghost Hunt livestream is a popular format in Japan and South Korea, similar to ruin exploration. The streamers go exploring eerie places to capture supernatural events, so it's called a Ghost Hunt livestream. In recent years, with the development of major video platforms, there have been many people live streaming ghost hunts.
Here is a poster for this Ghost Hunt streamer. The drawing depicts his appearance during the livestream.
I think I've seen this poster before. It was posted by the victim not long ago.
Poster of Shivery Camel.
Okay. Exploring the haunted house. Okay, spooky. August 8th. Okay, that's the day when he was murdered. Murder Masons. And it's like approximately, well, at least like 30 minutes before his supposed death. Yeah.
I still don't quite understand, but simply put, it's just a group of people seeking trouble by exploring risky places, right?
It's not entirely wrong. As for the crime scene in this case, it's in a high-end Chinese-style residential community.
What was that subtle hesitation just now? Did you forget the name of the community?
You read my mind, Chief. I took this case in a rush, and that awkward name is indeed hard to remember.
No worries. If you need to confirm any information, remember you can check the exhibit for help.
Right, just click on the exhibit or press tab. I can check them at any time in court.
Murder Masons.
The name of the community where the incident occurred should be in there. I need to hurry and continue my statement. The location of the incident in this case is a high-end residential community, and its name is...
Murder Masons.
Murder Masons.
What? Murder Mansion? Is there really a community with such a name?
I find it weird too, but the community's name matches what was on the victim's promotional poster.
Huh. That seems to be the case. It looks like the defense is well prepared. Impressive.
I'm not feeling cheerful despite your kind words.
Now for the next question. I'll ask the defense to help me answer it, please. For example, why was the defendant arrested by the police? You must know the reason, right?
It's something the prosecution should know best, isn't it?
It seems like Prosecutor Hush is seeking help from us. You have to step up and be the good guy.
Why do I have to plead both the defense and the prosecution?
In that case, let the defense present evidence to explain the answer to this question.
Showing the moment when Plum Smith pushed the victim off. Yeah, that's the victim. Yeah, it's this one, yeah.
This is the part where I need to present evidence to the judge. I've seen this many times. Choose the appropriate exhibition, click present, and that's it. I believe this evidence explains why the defendant was arrested by the police.
Yeah, it's this one.
That's it!
I have a video record of the victim's livestream before his death. The content is, well, it's hard to describe.
Oh, show me. Huh? Is this supposed to be a video? Why are these all screenshots? And what exactly is in these photos?
The live video is very long and contains a lot of repetitive and irrelevant footage, so I only took screenshots of the relevant parts. Let me explain it briefly. The time of this screenshot is 4:44 p.m., showing the victim exploring the house after entering. It looks like he stumbled. At this moment, the victim appeared to be holding a selfie stick and writing notes at the same time. The subsequent footage is all in portrait mode, and the victim had already found a place to set up his phone. Then he disappeared in the screen. There was no movement for the next few minutes. The next time the victim appeared on the screen is at 4:54 p.m. when he exited towards the right side of the frame. You can also see the bruise on the victim's leg caused by the stumble. This is also the last time the victim appeared on the screen. At 4:55 p.m., a pink object appeared in the live stream. After entering the room, it hesitated and looked around for a while. Not until 4:57 that it continued moving forward. Then, accompanied by a falling sound, a blurry shadow fell down, and this shadow was later confirmed to be the victim lying dead on the first floor.
Oh.
What was that creature behind? Was there really a ghost haunting this murder house?
I can't completely rule out this possibility, but at least there are no ghosts appearing in this video. This pink object is actually an exaggerated mascot costume, and the person in it is my client, Miss Plum Swift.
Oh, okay.
And I just knew it minutes before the trial.
Huh? Then why was she dressed like a squid at the crime scene?
I think that thing is called an octopus? Wow! No! It's an ancient god called Cthulhu! What on earth is that? In a word, the entire sequence of events above was witnessed by all the viewers watching the live stream. I believe that's why the defendant became the prime suspect in this case and was arrested by the police. Am I correct, Your Honor?
Yes, I didn't expect the defense to have such a clear grasp of the case details, as if you're trying to directly prove her guilt.
No, that's not what I meant. My defense hasn't even started yet.
That old man is giving you a thumbs up. Great job. Now you're the prosecutor.
If it goes on like this, my mind is going to split.
Huh. Now that both the prosecution and defense are ready, let's proceed. Well, with that, just these few exhibits, it's not enough to prove the defendant's guilt. Prosecutor Hush, please summon the witnesses. Wait, the prosecution is still searching for documents. Oh, now, witness, Miss Orchid Falcon is entering the courtroom.
How come you're still searching for documents on site?
We took on this case too hastily, without the chance to interview the people involved or investigate the scene. Everyone's words and actions in court, along with the exhibits presented, will be crucial. Pay close attention.
Got it. Leave it to me.
陈姐，依照流程，我得自我介绍吧。
Prosecutor, hush. According to the procedure, I should introduce myself, right?
Oh, right. I forgot. Please go ahead.
忘了，你请。
我叫牛美兰，是洗浴庸宅的保安兼管理员。
My name is Orchid Falcon, the security guard and administrator of Murder Masons. So this lady is the first witness I'm going to question today. She looks like a very gentle person?
Huh? Aren't you Officer Falcon, the police legend who single-handedly wiped out a gang of 600 thieves?
Just forget what I said.
您过奖了。坊间传言总是比真相夸张一点。其实那个团伙只有6个人。
Thank you, but the rumors always exaggerate a bit more than the truth. Actually, the gang only had 6 members. 100 times. That's not just a bit.
况且我已经不是刑警了，孩子渐渐长大了，就想换一份安全点的工作。
Besides, I'm no longer a detective. As my child grows up, I switch to a safer job.
毕竟孩子他爹还在中东战区维和部队服役，我们不希望他在将来同时失去父母。
My husband is serving in the Middle East peacekeeping force, and we don't want our child to lose both parents in the future. They are truly a pair of heroic role models.
现如今，小区保安才是我的身份，让你见笑了。
Now, I am a security guard in the community. Quite the difference, I know.
哎呀，司法界失去你这样一位人才。
What a great loss for the judiciary to lose a talent like you.
对了，请让老夫补充几句。
Wait, let me add a few words.
各位也听到了，证人之前是一名刑警， 他还是案件的知情者，具备专业的刑侦知识。
As you've heard, the witness was a detective. She is knowledgeable about the case and has expertise in criminal investigation.
检方认为由他来代替老夫说明情况更加合理，怎么样？
The prosecution believes that having her replace me to explain the situation is more reasonable. What do you think?
No problem. You've got the chance to slack off again, huh?
收到。那接下来的时间就交给我了，请各位看看这张现场布局图。
Roger that. So I'll take it from here. Please look at this floor plan. The incident occurred in B2 of Murder Masons, a duplex with Chinese-style decor and a two-story structure. Because the last two owners of B2 died unexpectedly, it's been rumored as a murder house and has been vacant for a long time. More than one victim, but 3? This mansion can be visited with a key obtained through prior application. The victim, Pine Camel, had reserved B2 in advance for a ghost hunt livestream. During the livestream, the audience saw the defendant push him from the second floor to his death and called the police at once. But when the ambulance and police arrived, he was already dead, so the defendant, the only person at the scene, was arrested. I have a question. The second floor doesn't seem very high, yet the victim died on the spot?
Indeed. At this height, even I won't have serious injuries if I fell, right?
If you really fell, you wouldn't be here anymore. It's not that simple. About that, please take a look at the photo of the scene taken by the police upon arrival. What? Yes, after the former owner's accidental death, a small amount of antique Chinese furniture was left unattended at the scene, and unfortunately our victim hit his head on the corner of the altar table during the fall, which led to his death. Hit his head right on the corner? Bad luck. Let me submit these as evidence.
Alright, accepted.
Alright, floor plan of the crime. I have to click on that. Alright, there's the victim, there's the altar table, and... Is that his phone? Oh yeah, that's the phone he set up earlier. And the photo of the scene. Okay, so he fell, hit his head... Wait. What the fuck? Why is his body over there if he hit his... Oh, his body was moved. Well then, it looks like the body may have been moved, because if he fell like here... Yeah, no way his body would just bounce all the way here. It looks like, yeah, it does look like his body was moved.
By the way, since you're the administrator of the community, could you give us a brief overview of it?
Sure thing. The incident took place in Murder Masons, a close high-end community built by a foreign enterprise, and the number of houses directly managed by me in Zone B is very small. What do you mean by small? Specifically, how many are there? 3. There are only 3 in total. Huh? Only 3? Yes, only 3 in Zone B. They are all large Chinese-style villas, and the community is high-end. As you may know, the density of the population is an important measure of the community's high-end status. No matter how high-end it is, there's still a murder house? There's still a murder house! In addition, the property has a closed management system requiring non-owners like the defendant to register for entry and exit. Therefore, it's relatively easy to trace the personnel involved in the case. I have a report here for your reference.
Okay. Alright, exit and entry registration form. If there are no entry or exit for 24 consecutive hours, security should check all 3 mansions in the community to prevent any accidents. Okay. Plum Swift, weirdo. Okay, so 9 AM, yeah, Orchid Falcon showed up. And 12:01 PM, Camel show up. He entered. B2. 2:33 PM, Bamboo Deer. I'm guessing that's supposed to be like a Chinese name, because it seems a bit weird for them to just be Bamboo Deer. And entered. And then there's Plum Swift, who entered at 4:50 PM. The weirdo. And then bamboo deer. Okay, so I'm guessing our murderer is probably this bamboo deer fellow. Okay. So he entered the B2 and this person entered. Okay. Therefore, oh yeah, Richard.
Having a lot more pieces of evidence all of a sudden, I'm a bit lost now.
Don't worry, apart from collecting evidence, we can also hear the testimony. Through the testimony of the witness, we can gather more information about the case. Once the victim starts testifying, the significance of each exhibit may change based on their statements.
Right, I almost forgot. If I want to help Plum clear a name, I need to find evidence that proves she's not the murderer. Witness, based on the current evidence, is the defendant really the only person who had the opportunity to commit the crime? Can you provide more detailed explanations about this? Sure, Your Honor. Please, allow me to report on the reasons for the defendant's arrest.
All right, please proceed.
Bonk. Testimony.
At 4:50 p.m. of that day, the defendant, dressed in a bizarre outfit, walked into Zone B of the community, and we crossed paths. Shortly after the defendant got in, the police arrived. As a security guard and former police officer, I accompanied them at once. We climbed the external stairs of B2, broke the door, and found the defendant tied up on the second floor and a body on the first.
Wait, what? They're tied up on the second floor? A body on the first, okay.
Per the autopsy, the victim died when the defendant pushed him from the second floor, causing his head to hit the outer corner. Based on the condition of the scene, it can be deduced that no one tampered with the area after the victim was pushed off.
Well, I think we found our statement.
During the on-site interrogation, the defendant also admitted to pushing someone off, so he arrested her on the spot.
Indeed, the logic is clear and flawless. Thanks to the professional detective, I suddenly see the light. Things I didn't know, I didn't remember, all came back to me. So after hearing this testimony, does the defense have any thoughts?
Leaving all the important things to others, are you playing the sidekick in a skit?
I have two questions. First, the bizarre outfit you mentioned is...
This one. Oh, there it is. What a masterpiece, huh? The defendant walked into Zone B dressed like this that afternoon. First, I saw the strange creature moving towards here from afar, then trying to break into the community. Without hesitation, I intercepted that thing and realized it was a human wearing a strange mascot costume. If she hadn't been making a fuss there, I would have taken out a tranquilizer gun from wild animals. You can equip with that kind of thing? It took a lot of effort from me and the investigating officers to strip this costume of the defendant.
Alright. The costume, custom made with a 360-degree mesh structure on the head, wouldn't obstruct the insider's vision. Okay. They got a little ghost thing stuck to one of the tentacles, and is that one of the keys? Okay. It's like keychain.
That outfit seems to have something strange on it. I'll examine it closely later.
I got that part. Another question. If what the witness said is true, is there a possibility that the defendant accidentally pushed the victim? This would significantly affect the nature of the case.
If we admit that the defendant accidentally pushed the victim, and it led to his death, it's admitting she's the murderer. Of course, the charge of negligent homicide is much lighter to the intentional homicide when it comes to conviction.
Plum entrusted me with a not guilty defense. I can't back down on this issue. Anyway, the defense has the right to question the witness. Please allow me to question the testimony first.
No problem.
I've reviewed the procedure thoroughly on my way to the court. First, I need to ask the witness for more details to gather information. If I find any contradiction between the testimony and the evidence I have, it's time to present it. I need to precisely present the exhibit that contradicts the specific statement in the testimony.
The witness seems sharp and focused. Questioning her can improve your skills, so make the most of it and start questioning right away. You can ask for more information. Asking questions will not diminish the judge's impression of you. But be careful when you present. If you present the wrong exhibit, the judge's impression of you may worsen.
Instead of immediately pointing out contradictions, it's better to ask for more information. Okay, leave it to me.
Alright. Now we'll enter the crossover examination. Character will recall the witness's testimony through keywords. Oh, okay, this is definitely new. Character will recall the witness's testimony through keywords. When a keyword is clicked, the witness's full original testimony is displayed. Oh, okay. So instead of Ace Attorney, where you have to like manually scroll through each one, you can actually just... Oh, okay. So you can manually highlight or just click on the different statements they have without having to manually scroll through them one by one through the arrow system. Okay, I see. When the same testimony is clicked again, the cross-examination of that statement will be initiated. Okay. After identifying the testimony that contradicts the evidence, first click the corresponding keyword to activate the statement. Wait, hold on. No, wait. No, go back. Okay, it's displayed. It's clicked again, that statement will be initiated. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Cross-examination. Okay, I'm gonna... How many save files do I have? 10, okay. Oh, that's a finicky scrolling wheel. Per the autopsy, the victim died...
Hold it!
Hit the corner of the altar table on the first floor. Is that really just a coincidence? It's hard to believe. The victim's blood was found on the table corner, and matching the injuries were found on the skull. The fresh damage marks in the corner perfectly matched the impact of the victim's fall. Considering the scene, the police could only come to this singular conclusion. According to those traces, it seems there's little doubt about the cause of death. If it wasn't Plum, then who could it be?
Okay. And if I click on exhibit after that, that means I have to present. Okay. Okay, this is definitely a new way of going about it. Based on the condition of the scene, it can be deduced that... Okay, hold on. Yeah, okay, yeah. I don't have any contradictions with that. It's clear that they did die from it. If it is that no one tampered with this area after the victim was pushed off.
Hold it!
So the scene was already the same as in the picture when the police arrested the defendant. Yes, we acted very cautiously. Aside from taking the defendant, everything at the scene remained as it was. If you have any question, just ask me. Do I have one? If everything else is as she says, would the state of the victim at death really look like that? Once I figured it out, present the exhibit to this statement.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty clear it's different. Admitted to pushing this, so we arrested her. I'm just gonna question everything first.
The defendant admitted it herself. Yes. She was entangled and unable to move. We questioned her directly. Wow! I did push someone down as soon as I entered the door. But since the outfit was inconvenient, it was hard to confirm what I pushed. She said the same thing on site. Can you bring someone some help instead of causing trouble? This video served as the basis for the police response and matched the defendant's own testimony. We originally suspected the extensive coverage of their clothing might indicate the possibility of someone impersonating. However, the defendant immediately identified herself on the screen, which greatly helped the police. Which greatly challenged me as well.
Hold it!
After the defendant entered, did anyone else enter that area? No, except for the police who came to handle the case. The defendant was the last person to enter Zone B that day. I want to confirm, are there any other entrances or exits to Zone B? Or is it possible to climb over the wall with tools? If such a person exists, they'd have to stealthily evade the surveillance cameras outside the community, then climb over a 3-meter high fence without triggering any motion sensors or touching any high-voltage wires, and hack all the closed-circuit surveillance cameras in Zone B to completely erase their presence from the footage. Such a person would probably have to be a world-class renowned special agent. Do you really think such a person was there? Of course not. I was asking out of caution. So anyone entering or leaving this area would definitely be seen by the witness.
Hold it!
So you only found out about the murder after the police arrived. Is that correct? Yes, because it was a viewer of this victim's livestream who called the police, and I don't watch those kinds of streams. I did my best to ensure all security protocols were followed, but I couldn't prevent the incident from happening. Now I can only cooperate with the police to bring the murderer to justice. Feels like our case could burn through the defendant's seat.
Hold it!
External stairs? Wasn't there an entrance on the first floor? It's a bit complicated. Besides, it's not really the focus of the case. Simply put, due to years of neglect, the door on the first floor was rusted shut, so we had to enter through the second floor. That's why we immediately found the defendant on the second floor when we entered. And the defendant... what was her condition at the time? She was entangled in the staircase, railing it by her bizarre outfit, in a rather eerie state, unable to move. The police took a while to rescue her and almost alerted the fire department. Plum, look what trouble you caused! There it is.
Yeah, I think it's this one.
Objection!
Officer Falcon, may I ask you a question? Please, go ahead. Do you believe the defendant who admitted to the pushing is the sole suspect since no one tampered with the scene afterward? Yes, the defendant's condition prevented her from tampering with the scene after all. Then there's something strange. Please take a look at this photo of the scene. The police's inference is that the victim was pushed from the second floor, hit the altar table and died. But given the position of the body and the altar table in the photo, it's impossible, right? The body fell on the right, while the bloodstain was on the left of the altar table. They were on totally different sides. At just one floor's height, I don't think the body could have hit the altar table hard enough to change its angle completely.
Well done, Luna. Very keen observation. Besides that, there's another conspicuous issue in this photo worth discussing.
Anything else?
The blood around the body is minimal. Is this what you expect from someone who fractured their skull on a table corner?
Indeed. This is much less blood than I've seen in other fall scenes. I don't think Officer Falcon and the police would deliberately tamper with the scene. Could it be that someone deliberately manipulated the scene before the police arrived? That is indeed hard to rule out.
Order! Order! After hearing the defense's argument, I also find this scene photo very suspicious. Could it be...
Objection!
Prosecutor Hush, do you have any opinion? Your Honor, and Officer Falcon, I haven't caught up what you're thinking. Could you please help me refute it?
If so, why did you shout objection? Since Prosecutor Hush has requested it, I'll provide some explanations. I acknowledge the contradiction raised by the defense, but that doesn't undermine the conclusion reached by the police, because it only means that the body shift in direction relative to the altar table happened before the police arrived. Does this not change the conclusion that the defendant was not the only person present at the scene, but the defendant was entangled in the staircase railing and didn't have the ability to tamper with the scene? Whether the defendant was entangled in the staircase railing before the victim's death is something we cannot prove. After all, the live stream was cut off immediately after being reported by netizens. She could have tampered with the scene on the first floor before returning to the second floor. What? Isn't it a bit far-fetched? She was wearing that kind of costume.
But it's not entirely impossible. Calm down and listen carefully.
Also, given the victim's limited fall height, there is also the possibility that he survived for a short time after the fall. What if the victim moved the altar table after he fell? During the victim's struggle, he accidentally moved the table and the movement was minor, so no significant traces were left.
Oh, I understand now. For example, after the victim fell, he struggled and kicked out with his right foot, delivering a perfect spinning kick. The altar table was kicked and spun around, and that's how it went. What do you think?
Your description is somewhat weird. This possibility cannot be denied.
Oh, so this is actually possible.
Don't just accept that absurd reasoning so easily, okay?
Though reluctant to admit, Officer Falcon's explanation does make sense. The key inconsistency in the photo of the scene isn't sufficient to entirely overturn the suspicion on the defendant. But your efforts at least have created a slight crack in her seemingly solid chain of logic. If the defendant is truly innocent, follow this crack will eventually tear apart the previous conclusions.
Okay, I see. Well then, as my duty demands, I will now provide stronger testimony to prove that the defendant must be the murderer. The next round of testimony is coming. Regarding the point that the defendant is the only possible suspect, please allow me to continue my testimony.
I see. Please go ahead.
The house where the incident occurred has a unique layout. The first floor door is totally sealed, only the door up is accessible, and the lock on the second floor is faulty. Once closed, it'll lock itself at once, and you have to use a key to enter or exit. There are 2 keys to the second floor. At the time of the incident, one was held by the victim and the other by the defendant. When we broke into the house, both keys were securely attached to the holders, with no signs of them being taken away. And on the day of the incident, no one else could have entered the scene except the victim and the defendant. In conclusion, the defendant, Plum Swift, is the only suspect. That's all. What kind of terrible lock is this? Truly befitting a murder house. And the police examined the doors and windows at the scene and found no evidence of forced entry or tampering with the locks.
But then our client is made more suspicious.
Officer Falcon, I have a request.
Please go ahead.
Can the lock of the murder house be submitted as evidence in the court? I just want to have a look at... want to accept it as evidence.
Are you here only for fun? No problem. For further investigation, the police have removed it.
Can only be accessed from the second floor. The unique lock on the second floor locks itself upon closure, requiring a key to unlock. No signs of lockpicking on the door.
Let me try. Ha! It's really stuck once it's locked. It looks like we have to use the key to open it. The murder house truly lives up to its reputation.
Reputation? A murder house?
Huh. But would anyone take over such a house?
That's not my concern. I wouldn't want it even if it were free.
I couldn't agree more.
I better focus on how to break down Officer Falcon's testimony. Your Honor, may the defense start questioning now?
No problem. You may proceed.
Hold it!
What do you mean by securely attached to the holders? Miss Ray, you know something about key rings, right? Ah, yes, the metal rings often adorned with various ornaments? That's right. The police conducted technical examinations on the key rings of both the defendant and the victim. Both showed no signs of being forcibly damaged. Besides, the victim was found lying on his back, and his key ring was completely pressed under his body. As for the defendant, due to her peculiar state, her key was rolled up with the mascot costume on the railing. Even if there were other people at the scene, they wouldn't have been able to obtain the keys from either of them. Considering the condition of the second floor lock, one must use the key to leave the house.
So even if there were a third party at the scene, he would have been locked inside by the time the police broke in.
Exactly. So this murder house has truly become a locked room.
Hold it!
Has the door on the first floor always been sealed off? Yes. The police investigated it and ruled out the possibility of the locked room being staged during the incident. The lock on the first floor was damaged by natural rust as a result of long-term neglect and lack of maintenance. What about the windows? Are there any other ways to enter or exit the house without using the door? No. Despite its outward appearance as a Chinese-style villa with wooden windows, it's as meticulously designed as safety, with stainless steel linings and explosion-proof glass on all the windows. On the day of the incident, all the windows were double-locked from the inside and outside and couldn't be opened. Can this even be considered livable? It's more like a locked room that even ghosts can escape from.
Hold it!
Why on earth is that? It would take a lot of time to explain it thoroughly, so I'll only state the conclusion. It has been confirmed by the police that the malfunction was not due to human intervention. It's speculated that some parts of the lock had aged, which coincidentally led to this effect. I see. By the way, the lock of the second floor had been like this long before the incident. Which brand is this lock anyway? I'll never buy it.
Me neither.
Hold it!
First of all, why did one of the keys end up with the defendant? Wow! The key was sent to me by Shivery Camel himself, because I was going to visit him and collect materials. That doesn't make any sense at all. Forget it. I better not delve into her matter for now. If there's a chance for a recess later, I'll thoroughly clarify the matter about the key with her. And there are only 2 keys. Since the lock is damaged, why not replace it with a new one? It involves a complex cost attribution issues, so I'll just state the conclusion. It's impossible to make any renovations to the facilities of B2 until the next owner takes over. It also means there are only 2 keys for B2, both of which were applied for by the victim. Isn't this a hidden community? Why are you so stingy?
Hold it!
So only the victim and the defendant could enter B2. Yes, as the security guard of the community, I would never violate the regulations and allow unregistered visitors to enter. You are so sure that I don't know how to continue questioning.
If you can't review the opponent with words, consider reviewing the exhibit instead.
Okay.
Yeah, I think. Yeah. And where's there?
Objection!
Officer Falcon, you've been following the procedures diligently as you said. But there's something you overlooked. For example, this registration form. I don't follow, Miss Ray. According to the records on the form, there's a person named Bamboo Deer. Bamboo Deer, who had entered the community, and this person left the community just after the incident. In that case, the police cannot rule out the possibility that he entered the scene to commit the crime, right? So that's what you're questioning. Based on the current evidence, this person couldn't be the suspect, so I didn't mention it in my testimony. Specifically, why do you think this person couldn't be the suspect? The reason is simple. It's about timing. Let's review the content of the live stream. The moment the viewers witnessed the defendant pushing the victim off was at 4:57 p.m. And this visitor left the community at 4:56 p.m.
Oh, okay.
It seems you get it. Yes, these 2 events occurred almost simultaneously. Huh? If so, he wouldn't have had no time to be involved in this case. Exactly, and there is no third key for him to use. Still, when the defendant and the victim had the opportunity to enter B2. Whoops! Moreover, let's say this person did enter B2. So what? The video had completely revealed the moment the defendant had committed the crime, a fact that cannot be erased by any interference. Is that so?
Calm down and think carefully. If your assertion is that the defendant is completely innocent in this case, then the incident of the defendant causing the death of the victim must never have happened, right? This is basic logic.
Indeed, I haven't thought about it properly since the trial began. If Plum is truly innocent, then under what circumstances could these pieces of evidence have been left behind? When she entered the murder house wearing the mascot costume, who did she push down? What happened inside the house before she arrived? If I want to refute the police's complete chain of evidence, I must have my own assertion.
Defense, you've been quiet for a long time, although I also have some doubts about Bamboo Deer.
Let me see. Skull fracture and bruises on the backs. Okay. So this was before he actually got pushed off. It looks like he just tripped in the beginning while he was riding and holding a selfie stick. And this is him setting up the stream. Is there anyone behind him? No, I don't see anyone behind him. And then he left. Yeah, he walked off. He's got the bruising on the leg. And then 557. There, and whoop! Wait a minute. Yeah, 557. Oh! Wait, hold on, so... Oh, but then again, could have just ran over there and pushed the guy off. Okay. Yeah, what's this little ghost sticker over here? Let me look at the layout. Yeah, the camera was here. Victim there. And he was standing up, like... So I was going around here. I think part of this area was kind of blocked off, but it looks like, yeah, he either fell from here or from the stairs. Okay. Under what circumstances could By the way, isn't it also a contradiction that this Bamboo Deer didn't even show up in the footage? Yeah, because this person left at 4:56. So in that case, this person... Yeah, and so in that case, the person that Plum knocked over could have been Bamboo Deer himself. And the doors were still open, so he must have, like, what, crawled? Crawled behind the railings and got out while the door was still open? Yeah, okay.
Defense, you've been quiet for a long time, although I also have some doubts about Bamboo Deer. We don't need to discuss this person for now based on the evidence provided by the police.
Objection!
Hold on, please. The defense wants to present a new possibility to refute the police's claim.
Oh, really? Go ahead.
The new assertion of our side is...
Yeah, the video didn't record the moment of the crime.
So we've just been trapped in a fixed mindset? Why did this live stream video necessarily capture the exact moment of the crime? Let's consider a possibility. Pine Camel was already dead, and it was his body that fell. Then even if the defendant admitted that she pushed down the victim, it wouldn't constitute murder, right?
What? Are you saying the victim fell twice?
No. Miss Lawyer, your speculation is solely based on your own argumentation. It remains within the realm of imagination. Based on the traces at the scene, the most reasonable inference is that the victim fell only once.
But, it seems you can't prove the victim fell only once, can you?
Whose side are you on?
Yes, as Prosecutor Hush said, due to the same environment, height and posture of falling, it would be difficult for the forensic experts to determine whether the victim fell once or twice. But the livestream video clearly captures the moment when the defendant pushed down the victim. We don't think there's a possibility of the victim falling twice.
Objection!
No, we believe that the video contains a blind spot that we hadn't noticed before. It reveals a new possibility.
Oh, then please point it out, defense. What is this? Where is the so-called blind spot?
It seems I need to select the right picture in these.
Oh yeah, that's an error. That's a spelling mistake.
It seems I need to select the right picture in these You mean pictures? Please look here. This part of the video reveals another possibility in this case.
Nope.
Not that.
Wait, do I present this one or do I present that one? Yeah, because it shows that there is a blind spot. Wait, do I present here? Do I present this one or the other one? Yeah, it's to show that there's a blind spot. It's to prove that there is a blind spot, okay. Yeah, so I guess maybe here.
That's it!
It's here. At the moment the victim fell to the ground, there happened to be a screen in the scene blocking the view.
Oh, you're right.
We can't be sure whether the victim fell onto the other table in this fall.
Order! Order!
The position of that screen indeed obscured the view of the victim's fall. However, Miss Ray, even if the video isn't clear enough, your assertion still has fatal contradictions. Huh? Really? The video records more than the defendant pushing the victim down. Just a moment before this, shivery camel and spooky shack had appeared on camera. If this live streamer was dead before the defendant entered, how do you explain this footage? That's a problem. Let me think.
To make your assertion fully credible, the inference here is crucial. Think it through before answering.
Got it. Everyone, shivery camel still appeared on camera in this live footage because
the one live streaming was his dead body. He's disguised by another person. The video was pre-recorded. No, it couldn't have been pre-recorded because it was live streamed. So so it's possible that this person was disguised. Yeah.
Actually, it's quite simple. The body could have been hidden somewhere that was covered by the upper part of the screen and not captured on camera. So the person on camera must have been someone else disguised as the victim during the live stream. What? As you can see, the live environment was dim. Furthermore, this live stream was abruptly interrupted due to the murder case and only lasted for a short time. If it was just a brief disguise, it could go unnoticed.
Oh, that makes sense.
And as we just found out, the person named Bamboo Deer had the opportunity to enter the scene. Suppose Bamboo Deer killed the victim earlier and then disguised as the victim for this live stream. Then the defendant wouldn't be the only suspect.
Officer Falcon, what do you think of the defense's reasoning?
Well, for the sake of prudence, I can't rule out this possibility. Since you both agree with my claim, our side hereby formally requests to summon Bamboo Deer as a witness to testify in court. Wait, this visitor did come to the community on the day of the incident. I saw it with my own eyes, and the police have investigated it. But it's impossible for someone like that to be disguised as the victim.
Objection!
Good. I must seize this opportunity to counterattack. Officer Falcon, please listen to me. Our side has repeatedly revealed key details affecting the case during questioning. Perhaps the defendant's eccentric personality and odd behavior are really troublesome. But under the impression that she's annoying, you inadvertently overlooked many facts favorable to her. Are you saying that my personal emotions cloud my judgment? Yes, I have to admit, your testimony was logically sound and your emotions were well controlled. However, you were still influenced by preconceived impressions, showing a tendency to convict the defendant. Bamboo Deer clearly had the opportunity to commit the crime, yet you deliberately ignored it. If you continue, you will only present the testimony unfavorable to the defendant, right? Please don't insist that it's impossible. Such biased remarks are inappropriate. Let's summon Bamboo Deer. Huh? What's wrong with Officer Falcon?
Maybe you hurt a detective's pride by saying it too frankly. If it were any other prosecutor, they would have objected and stopped you. But in this case, well.
No! How could I make such a biased statement? This place is indeed not suitable for me anymore. I'm leaving now. I'll go to the market to buy groceries.
What?
Hold on. Where are you going?
Officer Falcon! Officer Falcon!
Oh, this is, rather awkward.
How is Officer Falcon? Huh? Officer Falcon ran so fast that the bailiffs couldn't catch up. She probably felt that her professional integrity was lacking and went for self-reflection? Just let her cool off for a while, and it should be fine, I believe.
She still got the detective skills, staying true to her past.
What should I do? Who can help summon the witness?
Huh? Oh, the defense is talking about Bamboo Deer. It seems that this person should be summoned. Actually, I'm also curious to see how this person was disguised as the victim.
I'm here for fun.
Okay, since both sides agree, it's up to the prosecution to summon the witness named Bamboo Deer to the stand. This witness should still be at work now. Luckily, the location isn't far from the court. I think 20 minutes? That should be enough. Alright, I declare that the trial is in recess for 20 minutes. Prosecutor Hush, please go through the necessary procedures. Yes, I won't forget this time. August 9th, 10:25 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby. Oh, yeah.
I'm so tired. Wow, I knew you could make it, Luna. Don't count your chickens before they are hatched. We're still far from getting an acquittal. Luckily, the prosecutor is a weird old man who hardly objects. He reminds me of Professor Williams from our college days.
Our break time is limited. Will you two stop chatting?
I got carried away. Plum, it's time for you to explain what you did in this case. Wow, you're so serious all of a sudden. It's because you're too unserious. Anyway, let's not waste time. Tell us what happened on the day of the incident. Alright, let me think. I was going to interview Shivery Camel for materials, and we agreed to meet at 5 p.m. in B2 of the Murder Mansion community. You're already calling the Murder Mansion community? He sent me a key with B2 written on it, so I suppose he wanted me to open the door by himself.
Why didn't he open the door for you?
I think it's because he wanted to create a scenario where someone suddenly breaks in during the livestream to surprise the audience. So Ghost on live streamers need to plan things like that. Well, the door was a bit problematic, and he couldn't leave it unlocked, so he had to give me the key in advance. That makes sense. Hold on. So you dressed up in that mascot costume for... Bingo! His screen name is Shivery Camel and Spooky Shack, and he wanted me to stage it in a sudden break-in. So of course I would play along and dress up as an evil god to meet him. In order to become a qualified evil god, I spent a lot of money ordering a custom-made one from a famous online shop. It's just a pity I had too many demands. So the finished costume had some flaws. It's a Chinese-style villa. What kind of evil god are you dressed as? But after I entered, I didn't even make it down the stairs before stepping in some sticky liquid and taking a really bad fall. So that's when the strange stuff got stuck to your costume. So what on earth is that? Oh, before entering the community, I even took a selfie in the mascot costume and sent it to his account. Who in their right mind would do something like that? Oh, wow! But my phone was confiscated, so I can't show you the record. Ah, wait a second, Luna. Huh? There's still a few minutes before the court will start. Why? Huh? Where does she suddenly take out so many pens? Where does she suddenly take out so many pens from? Why is she starting drawing? Starting drawing? I think you... Yeah, there's definitely some grammar issues. Why is she suddenly drawing? I think that's what I was meant to say. Why is she coloring it? What on earth is this? Huh! This is what it looks like! Ta-da! This is my selfie in that costume!
This drawing is surprisingly vivid.
Wow! I put in a lot of effort to wear this thing before entering the community. If you really sent it to the victim, the police might interpret it as a murder threat. Wow! It's not a big deal. Don't worry about it. Luna, just take a look at this drawing. It might come in handy. When and how?
Around 4:30 p.m. Took a selfie. Okay.
Alright, have you disclosed everything to us?
Well...
Defendant. Defense. Please be prepared to enter the courtroom. Court session will begin in 1 minute.
Wow! I'll head over there!
Why is she saying wow all the time? Is she supposed to say oh or something?
Is she always like this, even back in school?
She was even more so back then. At least we managed to extract some information, right? Even though most of the time was wasted on this weird drawing.
Let's go in. The witness you requested should be there.
Let's go. We must secure an acquittal.
August 9th, 10:45 a.m. District Court number... Oh, fuck, man, that goes by fast.
Court, now that both parties are present, the trial will continue. Your name is Bamboo Deer, right?
Yay!
Is that a guy? I'll just go with a neutral voice. Actually, wait. Is Bamboo? No. Okay, I have no idea. I'm guessing I'm guessing he might be a dude. I don't know.
Oh yeah.
说的没错，本小姐就是大唐艺术园的导游马丝竹。
Okay. Judging from the voice, I am assuming this is a woman.
That's right. I'm Bamboo Deer, the tour guide at the Great Town Art Park.
啊？为什么会是个汉服美女啊？
Why is Bamboo Deer a beauty in Han Chinese clothing?
哎，本小姐不能是吗？
Any problem with my costume?
等等，为什么没有人提前告诉我，这个马丝竹是个这样的人呢？
Hold on. Why didn't anyone tell me that Bamboo Deer is like this?
老夫还以为你早就知道了呢，所以才想看看他要怎么才能变装成死者。
I thought you knew it. I just want to see how she could disguise herself as the victim.
Why do I feel like I've been played?
证人，这里是严肃的法庭，你怎么这副打扮就进来了？
Okay, I think just to sort of balance things out, I think I'm just gonna remain silent and not voice out the parts that have been voiced out, even though it's voice acted in Chinese. Yeah, just to help keep the flow of things.
这个主要是因为传唤比较匆忙。
毕竟人家的工作就是穿着汉服踩在不倒翁底座上摇摆，表演汉服不倒翁呀。
啊，怪不得他总是摇摇晃晃的，我都快被晃晕了。
Oh, okay, this is... Alright, I can voice this one.
This prosecutor insisted I come over. Hearing there's a business in court, I jumped off the base and ran over without even changing my clothes. So here I am. After swaying on the base for a few years, I've become light on my feet. Now I can talk without making a sound. Can't you just take a taxi here? Witness. Sit up here. Huh? Ladies and gentlemen, though I come to the court, I still have to do my job as a tour guide. Join my impromptu performance. Feel free to donate if you can, or just enjoy the show. Money for mirth, bills for thrills.
Wait a sec.
I can hear the English. Wait a sec.
This is not the time for hawking. Let's get back to the case.
Huh? Is that so? Alright. I was gonna say that even if you don't visit the park, you can buy the Han Chinese clothing I'm wearing. Whether it's Han Chinese clothing, opera costume, or mascot costume, I know them all very well. Feel free to ask. I'm also skilled in handicrafts. The outfits I wear are all made by myself, ensuring exquisite and no waste of materials. If you're interested, remember to follow my handicraft workshop.
What a dedicated worker.
Huh. Seeing this witness in person, it seems like what Officer Falcon said was correct. It's impossible for her to disguise herself as the victim for the live stream, right?
For the sake of prudence, I think we should jump to conclusions. Since I took the effort to get her here, I have to get something out of her. Witness, based on the previous proceedings, we suspect that on the day of the incident, August 8th, you may have entered the crime scene. Can you tell us what you did yesterday?
It seems to be my duty to have the witness testify.
Surprised you would remember that.
The defense's request is reasonable. Witness, please testify as requested.
Wow! You want me to guide you all? Then listen carefully. Hey there, folks. Yep, I did swing by this community that day to gather inspiration. The houses there are all in Chinese style, aren't they? The boss at the park asked me to observe and learn something. I finished my shift at the park around 2 p.m. and rushed over there around 2:30. I left before 5 because I had to get back for the night shift, and I didn't step inside any of the houses during that time.
How about that, defense? The witness's performance seemed pretty good, huh?
You really take it as a performance?
Well then, defense, what's your opinion on the testimony?
At first, this brief testimony seems fine. What should I do next, Chief?
For witnesses with such brief testimonies, we usually need to ask more carefully. There might be some new information in her answers.
I got it. Anyway, witness, I'm about to start questioning. Be prepared. Sure thing! If there's anything unclear, just ask me.
Okay.
Hold it!
You rushed over right after your shift, so you were working overtime? Wow, you're so sharp. The boss did approve some extra cash for my investigation. Upon hearing about the overtime pay, I dashed straight to that community. Our boss even paid for my transportation. What? Nobody's paying me even for my trips to this courtroom for legal battles.
Hey, how did you even get dragged into this?
By the way, is your office in need of an all-rounder? I got some free time every Saturday afternoon. We're good on cleaners. Please, no side jobs in the courtroom. Let's stick to the point.
Hold it!
Gather inspiration? Why were you gathering inspiration there? Huh? You don't know it? Meta Masons is a nationally renowned traditional Chinese architectural community. Really? I had no idea.
That's an accurate description. This community's architecture is quite famous.
I think it's more famous as a murder house now.
Hold it!
You left before 5 o'clock, so that's about 2 hours. During that time, you were just investigating? Of course! 2 hours is far from enough to inspect so many houses there.
Luna, if you firmly believe this witness have been in and out of the crime scene, you need to ask her for more information.
You're right. As of now, her testimony is greatly lacking in information. Let me think. Witness, during the 2 hours, what exactly did you inspect? Can you share it with us? Oh, are you going to be my competitor? No, I'm not planning on changing my career yet. I just want to verify the authenticity of your testimony.
Please forgive my interruption. This question seems to touch on confidential aspects of the witness's profession. Maybe? It might be tricky if there are any confidentiality agreements related to the part. Do you still want the witness to share?
That makes sense. Should I insist on having her share her investigation experience?
Insist.
It's crucial information related to the case, so the more detailed the testimony, the better. This is a major murder case. Confidentiality agreements and similar contracts should make exceptions in such serious matters.
Alright. Witness, please explain what you saw that day.
Oh my. Since you insist, I guess I have no other choice. But you need to explain it in case my boss asks me about it.
Well, okay, defense, I'll leave that to you.
You are so good at passing the buck. Zone B was amazing. There were so many ancient mansions. I've been exploring for over 2 hours and still haven't seen everything.
Oh, okay. I found the contradiction. There's only like 3 houses, so there wouldn't have been so many mansions. There would have been, yeah, there wouldn't have been a lot of places to explore. So, yeah, there's only 3 mansions.
Objection!
Witness, can I interrupt your explanation? Wow, is there something you don't understand? You claim that you got absorbed in Zone B because there were so many ancient mansions, right? Yes? But the registration form for Zone B shows that there are only 3 houses in the entire area. What do you mean by so many? What took you over 2 hours to inspect? Only 3 houses? If you're not even aware of this, it indicates that you didn't really explore the community. Witness, please answer my question. Could it be that you spent over 2 hours inside B2 the entire time?
Objection!
How can you speak so baselessly? Let me check. The mansion closest to the entrance. It's B2.
I'm sorry. I did enter B2.
Order! Order! Witness, what's going on? You just claimed that you never stepped into any houses. Making false statements in court carries consequences.
It's not like that. There's a reason for it. There was a murder case in B2. I was afraid of being suspected, so I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
Objection!
Lying about not entering the crime scene is a serious case of perjury. There's no excuse for that.
Objection!
Yes, this won't do. You have to be honest in court.
I object when you agree with me.
Witness, you must tell the truth now.
Witness, I hope you can explain it right away. When did you enter B2 that day? And what did you do there? Oops, you guys are so fierce. Tee. In fact, I'm a big fan of Shivery Camel. You mean... Yes, wasn't he live streaming in B2 that day? I was watching it on my phone. Since I happened to be there for the inspection, it felt like fate. So I immediately went there to wait for him, to meet him offline. Huh? But how did you get in without a key? Oh, well, I'm scared of many things, so I picked the lock. It wasn't a big deal. What? Wasn't that illegal? Trespassing? I know what it was wrong, but I really wanted to see Shivery Camel. And besides, no one was living there.
Even if unoccupied, it still belongs to the owner of the community. The witness's actions should be held accountable. But let's focus on the current case for now. Witness, please continue.
Alright, I understand my mistake. Anyway, after I went inside, I saw that he already started live streaming and was fully focused. was afraid that if I walked over, I might accidentally appear in the frame. So I quickly opened that door and left, without doing anything at all.
Luna, do you think the witness's explanation holds water?
I think her explanation for entering B2 is fucking bullshit. Indeed, it's very strange. Is it? As any influencer, any fans would specifically come to hunt for me. That's because they love me. I can't let them down. I can make merchandise featuring my image, my hand on site, whether it's paper cutting, clay figurines, or acrylic signs. Do you carry all those materials with you? Witness, please stick to the topic. When I say strange, I mean your act of picking the lock and entering B2 for Shivery Camel. Oh, what's wrong with that? Are we supposed to present evidence when speaking in court? Evidence. As you wish. What? The evidence that proves you couldn't have picked the lock to enter B2 is...
Oh, I have to... Okay, there we go. Can only be accessible to the because you need no sign of lock and picking on the door.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it! Witness, you said you picked the lock to enter B2 and reopened the door to leave when you saw the victim live streaming, right? Yes. Unfortunately, the witness's statement is a complete lie. Everyone, do you remember this piece of evidence?
This is the faulty lock from the crime scene. Ah! Huh?
Why do you still look confused when even the judge seems to understand? If you want to enter the house by the only entrance on the second floor, you must use the external stairs. The second floor door, being the only entrance and exit at the crime scene, was thoroughly investigated by the police. Officer Falcon provided us with a detailed explanation of the situation regarding this door lock. And the lock on the second floor is faulty. Once closed, it immediately locks itself, and you have to use a key to enter or exit. And the police examined the doors and windows at the scene and found no evidence of forced entry or tampering with the locks. Ah! In other words, you could have entered B2 by picking the lock, yet let alone opening the door and leaving on your own.
Excellent questioning. However, there's an even more intriguing question here. This witness, after the first lie was exposed, immediately admitted to having entered B2 before. However, she immediately concocted another complete lie. What does this indicate? I think it's clear.
Indeed, Miss Ray is right. But what does this lie for the witness indicate?
I'm afraid the witness did enter the scene, but what she truly wants to conceal is the method of entry. There are no signs of forced entry, and there are only two keys, one with the victim and one with the defendant. So, could it be the victim himself opened the door for you with the key?
Objection!
I'm a bit confused. Defense, why would the victim personally open the door for the witness?
Right. Even if I want to claim that the witness is problematic, I need to figure out her relationship with the victim first. Why would the victim open the door for her?
If you encounter a question that you can't figure out, try thinking about it from a different angle. For example, what was the victim doing in B2 when he opened the door for Bamboo Deer?
You should have been prepared for the ghost hunt live streaming. Could the reason why he opened the door for Bamboo Deer be...
Defense, you seem to have got an answer. Then tell us, why did the victim personally open the door for the witness?
The reason why the victim Pine Camel would open the door for witness Bamboo Deer is...
She was the live stream assistant. She came to deliver food. Bamboo Deer were old acquaintances who planned to meet there. Probably an assistant? Let me check the uniform. Okay, so yeah, he entered first and then he let her in after that. Then Plum Swift entered there. And then Bamboo Deer exited afterwards. Yeah, okay. Maybe she was the assistant? Because when did she enter? She entered at 2:33. Okay. Yeah, this was definitely before this. Because Bamboo Deer was Pine Kamel's live stream assistant.
Is that so? Do you have any evidence to support it?
Evidence? Don't be nervous. Take a look at the exhibit and see if there's anything that can support your idea. If you think there isn't, try another approach and propose a new conjecture.
Okay. Do I have evidence to support that Bamboo Deer was Pine Kamel's live stream assistant?
Because the three options were... Oh wait, I don't think it'll show me the decisions. I'm not sure if I do. Oh yeah, now I think about it, yeah, they do have same colored eyes, so it's possible she could have disguised herself. Well, it's definitely not food, because there was no food at the scene. There's no signs of having eaten anything. So it had to be the assistant. Because I don't have any evidence that they're old acquaintances, so... Because, hold on, let me... Yeah, they're not related. So it has to be this, but what could be evidence, though? Is it this one, maybe? Did she make the mascot costume? Maybe? It must be the assistant. No. I think let me my approach and rethink it.
You keep changing your stance. Alright then, young lady, explain it to me again.
Okay. The reason why the victim went over the door were old acquaintances who planned to meet there. Hold on, let me check the logs. Did she make the outfit? The assistant. This is custom made. Was she the designer of the costume? I don't think they're all acquaintances. Because I don't have any evidence that would say that. So it has to be this. And not to mention in our previous statement, she never really mentioned that she sells food, so it had to be the assistant. I have evidence to support this conjecture. Their livestream assistant. Proof that she's a livestream assistant. Okay, then she's the assistant to this. Man, I wasn't expecting to be stuck at this point, but yeah, like, could be anything, because, well, except for the food part, because again, there's no evidence that she gave food to him, because we don't really see any food scraps in the photos. Yeah, I don't really see anything like that here. I want to just go with my gut feeling.
That's it.
This evidence can prove that Bambadoo was compiled. No.
Does it? Does it?
Does it?
What do you think?
Judging by everyone's reaction, it probably doesn't explain it, right?
Since the evidence is correct, you must accept the punishment.
Oh man. What's the live streaming assist? Yeah, oh man, I have no fucking idea. To deliver food for old acquaintances who plan to meet there? Were they? I don't really have any evidence on that. It doesn't look like I have evidence for literally any of them. I don't really have like evidence of that. Is it food delivery? Oh, hold on, what's your profession exactly? You're a tour guide, so no, you don't deliver food. Tour guides don't really deliver food. Are they going to? Well, I mean, I don't have any evidence to prove that, so I'm like, what the hell am I supposed to do here? Don't really have any evidence for any of this. Doesn't look like it anyway. Ooh, all acquaintances plan to meet there.
I don't have anything that supports either evidence, either conjecture, so I'm like, Is it the food one? Not really. What the fuck is that? What am I supposed to answer? Like, there's no evidence. I don't see any evidence that could possibly. Yeah, no, I have no idea. What? What evidence? Food. I mean, I don't really see anything that would indicate that, though. I don't really have evidence either. So, what? I have no fucking idea. Is it this?
That's it.
No. Or are we saying that she made the poster? Is it the poster?
That's it.
Is that it? Oh, okay. We're saying that she made the poster. Okay. Yes, it's the promotional poster of Shivery Camel in Spooky Shack that proves Bamboo Deer was Pine Camel's livestream assistant.
How? How?
Actually, I was thinking about it during investigation yesterday. How do the so-called ghost hunter live streamer become popular? There are many gloomy and terrifying places in the world. They can find a lot of so-called murder houses with a thorough search. But the streamers should also be aware that the so-called ghost doesn't exist in reality. Well, if you already know that, why were you so scared before the trial? Chief, spare me.
Huh? Of course you're right. I don't believe in ghosts either. But what does it have to do with the ghost hunt live streamer?
What I mean is, since there are no real ghosts, if a ghost hunting live streamer wants to create a value during their live stream, they need helpers. Otherwise, how could a streamer always encounter scary paranormal events at gloomy places?
Order! Order! Miss Ray, are you suggesting that?
Yes, please look at this poster. In the poster, there is the front picture of Pine Camel, also known as Shivery Camel in Spooky Shack. As I said, in order to create the effect that he is surrounded by paranormal phenomena, he needs an assistant, and this assistant has left traces in the poster.
Traces? Where? Miss Ray, we too can't see it very clearly with our poor eyesight. Could you please point it out for us?
Okay. Now click and investigate the suspicious spot to point out where another person is. I'll investigate the other parts of the poster. This semi-transparent thing floating in the air. Is it a ghost? I can't see it clearly.
Isn't this a Chinese murder house? If there were ghosts, there would be zombies in Qing Dynasty clothing. Right?
How would that kind of thing get into a modern community? This ghost seems to be made from a curtain. It appears to be on the same layer as the streamer.
The same layer?
Simply speaking, it doesn't look like it was photoshopped. It seemed to be photographed at the same time as the streamer. But what does it indicate? Maybe I can take a closer look at what's next to it.
Oh, there's a hand.
If we continue to discuss this, the investigation of the poster will end. Am I ready?
What? No.
What's this? Looks like a zombie crawling out of the coffin to bite people in movies.
It does look familiar. Could it be directly copied from a zombie game?
It seems so, but zombies in a zombie game you mentioned also come from free materials online, so he could have just stuck it on the poster by himself. This is the crime scene, B2 in Murder Masons, right?
Why are all these things in the background that aren't in the scene photo?
Maybe the background is composite from material taken in other places?
The tombstone and altar table do look quite convincing. But what are those small white pieces under the tombstone? Broken bones?
I think there might be plastic foam debris used to make the fake tombstone? They further confirm that paranormal phenomena he encountered were artificial. But it doesn't prove that Free Camel had an assistant. He could have set up this background himself. I'll investigate the other parts of the poster, okay.
Even with my old eyes, I can still see the large text clearly. Shiny Camille.
It's Shiver Camel and Spooky Shack.
Is that so?
Why don't you keep silent until I point out the right part?
Is there a button prompt to highlight something? Watch details. No, that's not it. Pass, confirm, passes. Okay, they spelled special mode wrong. I think probably there's a little transparent thing, maybe. Oh, okay, I see.
Everyone, please look here. The ghost seems to be made from curtains. It looks like to be photographed with Jimmy Campbell at the same time. Although the poster maker tried to hide it, there's still an untrimmed hand. It means that at least 2 people were involved in the making of the poster.
I see. I didn't expect that happening.
So it implies one thing. Shivery Camel and Spooky Shack. This account was actually run by a team of at least 2 people. Pine Camel appeared in the livestream, and the other created a spooky atmosphere and paranormal events behind the camera. Am I right, witness? Even now you still choose to remain silent?
Objection!
But, I don't understand. Wasn't the one dressed as a ghost at the scene the defendant? She looks much more like a ghost in that costume than the witness.
Wait, Prosecutor Hush reminds me. If that was the case...
Huh? Do you have any new idea?
The defendant mentioned in her testimony that she had to rush back to work at night, so she left before 5 p.m. If so, the assistant to create a spooky atmosphere was gone, and the defendant happened to appear at the time. Then, given that she had contacted the victim and agreed to meet there might be another reason to meet besides collecting materials. He needed another person to create a spooky atmosphere in place of Bamboo Deer, who had gone to work at the park at the time.
Ah, okay, I see.
Order! Order! The reasoning sounds strange, but it does explain the defendant's odd behavior. Defendant, do you agree with your lawyer's inference?
Huh? Do I need to agree? Whatever Ludinus says is right. You really don't care about your verdict, do you? Your Honor, it doesn't matter if my client agrees or not. The point is the witness's attitude. She hasn't explained why she appeared at the crime scene that day. I can't say anything.
Keeping silent now is just useless. To confirm whether the witness collaborated with the victim, the defense suggests that the police do one thing. Please immediately conduct a thorough search of the scene to check if there are witnesses' fingerprints or DNA. If she did collaborate with the victim, there must have been traces left.
Eh? Can you really do that?
This is indeed a reasonable request. Oh, okay, I'll contact the police at the scene and tell them to start the search immediately as requested by the defense. Witness, what do you think?
Wait.
You're late. I already sent out the text message a few seconds ago.
That's too fast. Well, fine. You guys really leave me with no choice. Alright, fine. I admit it. You know that I'm short of money, so I work multiple jobs at the same time. Streaming with Shivery Camel and helping him create the atmosphere was also one of them. Because I'm good at handicrafts, I often help him make some ghostly props. How many jobs are you doing at the same time? Hey, all of this is for making money, really. Please trust me. Since you were the victim's collaborator, you were quite familiar with each other, right? Well, you were friends, I think. I've been helping out since his debut. But getting caught doing these supernatural tricks would be embarrassing. That's why I don't want to say. Sorry for all of you here. If anyone wants to buy some exquisite supernatural handicrafts, you can contact me after the trial. Who would buy such things?
The defendant's reason for concealing her actions seems somewhat reasonable. Defense, what do you think?
We still believe that the witness's role in the case is highly suspicious.
If she was very close to the victim, there would be 2 problems. First, there might have been conflicts between them that were unknown to others, which could have generated a motive.
More importantly, there's an unavoidable possibility now. Since you worked closely with him in B2 and are very familiar with his appearance and actions, even with a big difference in appearance, you could still have impersonated him to continue the livestream after his death.
Order! Order!
No! I just spent a little time with him in B2 before 4:30, just a little. I left shortly after that. Shivery Camel's livestream was paused for a while in the afternoon, right? That was when he used the key to open the door and send me out. Because I hadn't inspected the building yet, I had to walk around a bit before leaving, or else I get scolded by my other boss.
The victim's livestream started at 3 p.m., and there was indeed a pause from 3:52 to 4:30.
The one who continued the live stream after 4:30 was Shiver Camel himself, because I had to rush back to the bar to clock in. Do you have any evidence to prove that the person who continued the live stream after 4:30 was the victim himself instead of you? Hey, I do. Huh? Really? Yes, I will tell you everything. I remember this time. Is she trying to change her testimony? I definitely can't miss this opportunity.
That was a bit of a roadblock, that one.
I was indeed working for Shiver Camel, and at the same time, I was one of his most loyal fans. I remember during the live stream, he was holding his phone in one hand and writing with the other, and he accidentally tumbled. You can check the place where he tumbled. There must be some traces, right? If I remember correctly, not long after Shiver Camel got up, a grilled octopus crashed in. If you insist that Shiver Camel in the live stream was me, then what about the traces on the floor? They can't be mine, right? Is this what you witnessed about the incident? Yes, I had left V2 at the time and watched the live stream on my phone outside. So what I saw is the same as what everyone else saw. Miss Lawyer, please, stop projecting your unfounded fantasies onto me.
I remember that video the witness mentioned. Have you already seen the crucial content in the court?
Yes, but we didn't pay attention to whether the streamer had tumbled.
DNA testing is a highly sophisticated technology, so it's unlikely to be falsified. What do you think of her testimony?
She didn't accuse Plum as the murderer nor admitted to impersonating the victim. Maybe she really has some tricks to get through this test safe and sound.
Sorry to interrupt. I sent a text message to have the police search the scene, right? Now the police have sent that investigation report to my hands.
Huh? So fast?
The police did find a small lot of blood at the spot where the streamer tumbled in the video. They immediately extracted the DNA and conducted a preliminary comparison with the victims.
And?
It can be confirmed that the blood was from the victim.
Huh? Huh? How could that be?
The blood and the traces of the tumbling are intertwined, which makes it very difficult to be falsified. It confirms that from 4:30 to 4:54, the streamer was indeed Pine Camel himself.
Order! Order!
Well, that's not good. Do you still insist that the witness once impersonated the victim to continue the live stream?
How could there be evidence like that? Now I can only resort to the testimony. But the DNA test has made the impersonation completely impossible. Is there still a loophole in the testimony?
Hold on. Was this photo taken? When was that bandage put on his leg?
Then, defense, please proceed with your questioning.
Hold it!
Let me confirm this. The grilled octopus you mentioned, was it this person in the video? Have you seen her up close? It was her! I watched the same video as you, but I had already left by then. How can I have a chance to foreclose her observation? She didn't fall into my language trap. Anyway, at the time, just like you, I was merely a viewer of Shiver Camel's live stream. I don't know for sure if that grilled octopus was the person in the defendant's seat.
Hold it!
According to the DNA test result from the scene, the blood did belong to the victim, Pine Camille. Is it possible that the blood was actually fabricated afterwards? Huh? Can blood be fabricated?
The police not only extracted the blood, but also found slight scratches on the floor. These traces all match perfectly with those on the spot where the victim tumbled.
In other words, it's impossible to fabricate such a scene, unless it's made by an extremely skilled forensic expert.
Although I think the witness is problematic, she can't just happen to be a forensic expert. Could she? What should I do? I seem to have entered a dead end. Oops. I've been looking for loopholes very carefully, but why? I can't find any contradictions.
Don't panic. When questioning reaches a deadlock, not pushing forward is also a strategy. What do you think? If you feel like you can't make any progress in questioning, do you want to stop it first? Perhaps breaking out of the mindset provided by the witness could lead us to a new way of thinking.
What should I do? Should I continue to question on Bambo's testimony?
I mean, I've only went through like 2 statements.
I can't give up halfway. There must be loopholes in her testimony.
Alright. Well, I mean, I haven't seen the other 2 yet.
Hold it!
Why did you conceal your work for the ghost hunting streamer? Have you forgotten? This trip was an official inspection, and my boss found out I was secretly doing side jobs. He would see me as stealing from the company for personal gain. That makes sense? What if I got docked pay, fined, or even worse, fired? Okay. Now I understand.
Hold it!
First, why did he write during the live stream? If I remember correctly, it's because he was so scared, the audience persuaded him to write a paper seal to ward off evil spirits. Did it really work?
Obviously not, or he wouldn't have tumbled right after writing it, and ended up dead.
So why did he suddenly tumble? I don't know. I didn't see it clearly. It must have been the cluttered furniture and the dim environment that caused him the trip, especially if he wasn't paying attention. The victim was writing while walking around in a dimly lit room. It was possible for him to tumble.
Hold it!
Regarding this point, the evidence submitted by the police just now indeed confirms your testimony. Of course. I know he's the lie. I just spoke what I saw. Since you're on the witness stand, you have to accept our questioning to testify the truthfulness of your testimony. Alright, I'll cooperate with you.
Hold it!
Yeah, and this is when we entered this.
Chief is right. This testimony is supported by evidence. Simply questioning it won't break through. Whoops, but I just can't accept it. If I stop questioning Bamboo Deer now, what else can I do? Should I request to question other people? No, it won't work. The omission in Officer Falcon's testimony has already been pointed out. No need for further discussion. Should I request the police for a thorough search of the scene again? But without a clear direction for the search, the request will surely be rejected.
It seems the defense has something to say, right? If so, I'll seize the opportunity to defeat you, Miss Ray. Get ready for it.
Huh? Prosecutor Hush, what are you up to?
For some reason, Prosecutor Hush suddenly has the interest to debate. Let's call it the confrontation in court.
Confrontation? Between me and him? I'm clearly at a disadvantage now. Does he really need to launch another attack?
Well, despite his age, he's still acting like a young man in times like this. Court confrontations are a tradition passed from previous generations. It's a verbal battle between lawyers and prosecutors. Listen carefully. Next, Prosecutor Hush will likely present several logical arguments to challenge you. But even the best laid plans can go awry. You must find the loopholes in his arguments to refute. Though refuting doesn't require evidence to support, it's better to check the evidence you have before starting.
Okay. I'm gonna use the autopsy report, skull fracture. extensive bruising. There's the injury there. So that was his right leg. Yeah, that's also his right leg. So it's weird. Yeah, actually, yeah, because in that case, if he died like right after, because if he wasn't impersonated when the live stream started, and then when he walked past the camera, and then he fell and he died, why does he suddenly have a bandage on his leg then? Unless he somehow put it on after that, but I mean, hard to say. I mean, he must have put it on, like, prior to his death, I guess. Moments before his death, he put a bandage on. Okay, and then there's that, and then there's a little sticker on it. There's the keys. Yeah, Bamboo Deer left before 5 o'clock. If you choose an argument you can't refute, you'll immediately suffer a blow to your momentum. Besides, if you do nothing and simply let the other side speak, your momentum will also diminish. Oh shit, it's timed. Okay. We're already at a disadvantage. If our momentum is depleted, the judge might immediately verdict. In the confrontation, you won't have time to review arguments or check the exhibit. You must seize the right moment. Seeing is believing. This is the inevitable confrontation in the court. Good luck, Luna.
Okay, I understand. Though the idea of a one-on-one confrontation is a bit worrying, I think I could have a try. After all, my opponent is just this old man. Before the confrontation, maybe I should review the exhibit?
I mean, I'm already doing that. Candy lockpick. There's the crime scene. Okay. The prosecutor will present several arguments, which will proceed automatically with the voice. Okay. Within these arguments, there will be words highlighted in red for your attention. Okay. If you find any errors, refute them by clicking the refute button. If your refutation is correct, the plot will continue. Okay. Top right corner to see which argument you are currently on. After the arguments are presented, it will restart from the beginning. You have an initial momentum during the confrontation. If you refute a wrong argument or fail to refute, you will lose some momentum. HP will only be deducted after your momentum is completely depleted. Okay. Okay, I see. Successfully restore your momentum. Okay, so, okay. Okay, I feel like this is gonna be like the hardest part of the game, because I remember the Murders of the Yangtze River had a similar game like this, and I completely got folded like several times. So I'm like, ugh, oh, this is not gonna work well for me. Oh boy.
既然你已无话可说，那老夫就要做总结陈词了。要是不服气，就来与我论战一番吧。
好，您的挑战我接受了。
到目前为止，你没有证据可以
You
表
have
明
no evidence to
镜
prove
头
that.
中的不是死者本人。
Most of it.
视频里有着死者被被告推下的画面，这不就是所谓铁证如山？
Objection！ 镜头中拍摄到的瞬间未必就是案发的瞬间。您以此来说铁证如山，是不是有些牵强了？
Objection！
Uh-oh.
抱歉了，这位证人也从来没主张过被告就是凶手。即便如你所说，视频里的不是案发瞬间，难道就能证明被告无罪了吗？
不能吗？
就算如此，被告依然是最可疑的人，你没有办法否认这一点。
这么说也
I'm
没
guessing that was not the right one. Okay. It seems that merely questioning the credibility of the video won't completely different. Okay. Okay. Yeah, they won't go there. I guess I have to wait, until to refute another argument? Yeah, I think I have to wait.
到目前为止，你没有证据可以表明
No
镜头
evidence to
中的
prove.
不是死者本人。
Yeah, because of the DNA test, so
视频
can't
里
do
有
much about
着
that.
死者被被告推下的画面，这不就是所谓铁证如山？
And now for the third segment.
而这位证人，他行踪明确，并且16点56分就登记离开，应该是
Objection！ 证人只留下了一个离开的时间，其余时段的行为都是空白。在这种情况下，根本无法证明他没有作案机会。
Objection！ 现场血迹的 DNA 检测已经查出来是属于死者了，这不就说明了这位马小姐没有参与案件吗？
Objection！ 我们申请让警方调查现场，原本的目的是确认马丝竹是否留有痕迹，而警方发回调查结果时，并没有否定他参与案件的可能性。
Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah.
在这种情况下，我方无法认可您将他参与案件的可能性排除在外。
这似乎也有一些道理。
Alright, nice. I've refuted Prosecutor Hush, and I feel my momentum is back.
不对，
Okay.
老夫想明白了，小姑娘，你的主张还是站不住脚。
I didn't expect a second round. If I need to check the exhibit, I better do it now.
Okay. Alright, time of death. Yeah. Skull fracture, bruises on victim's back. And then there's this. He fell when he was being stupid. And he supposedly, wait, hold on. He supposedly died, close to that, okay. So yeah, so this is actually the moment where he actually fell and died. And then after that, he somehow has a bandage on him, but I mean, I don't know if that's gonna be playing much into this, but I might be overthinking because I'm like, yeah, because in the video, in the footage, he didn't have a bandage on his leg. He still had that bit of an open wound. Yeah. And around 4:30 p.m., Plum sort of a selfie that looks something like this and sent to Shivery, Caramel, and Spooky Shack. So 4:30. Does this line up with this? No, it doesn't look like it's anything. Yeah, this is before this timestamp. Yeah, because he's injured there. I guess he could have put on a plaster within the minute or two before he got pushed off.
无论证人做过什么，16点54分的视频和 DNA 检测都能证明，当时死者还活着。
Yeah.
难道你想主张，证人在2分钟内就能完成杀人、藏尸和逃跑吗
？Objection！ 没错。那足足有2分钟，120 秒。
If it was set up right.
奥运冠军可以跑差不多15个100米跑的时间。死者的死因是坠落，将人推下去只需要2秒，而逃跑的100米冲刺也只需要10秒。证人足足有108秒的时间来藏尸，以此嫁祸给。
Objection！
哦。
老夫是不是听错了？你年纪轻轻的，怎么也开始说胡话了？都照你这么算，死者逃离凶手的魔爪也只需要2秒，怎么就不争气的死了呢？
Yeah.
我撤回刚刚的发言。
Okay, I was too quick on the draw there. Whoops.
无论证人，难道你想主张，证人在2分钟内就能完成杀？那老夫宁愿怀疑警方的 DNA 检测有疏漏，说不定可能性还大一些。小姑娘，差不多就认输吧，输给老夫不丢人。
What the fuck?
Objection!
The hell?
不。我是不会轻易认输的。
Okay, that was a pathetic statement.
在法庭上，只凭口头的不服输，审判长可不会判你胜诉。
Yeah, I have no idea.
我就是表个态，我不会输的。
Well then,
你这个态表的，怎么比老夫还结巴？
因为我确实没什么底气。
It's still pretty funny to see this though.
无论证人做过什么，16点54分的视频和 DNA 检测都能证明，当时死者还活。
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah.
我不是正在主张，那个时候死者已经死了，视频里的小洛洛是证人假扮的。
Objection！ 无论是视频还是 DNA 检测，都不支持你的主张。法庭之上，咱们讲的是证据，不是谁的声音大谁就有理。
I think you're louder than me.
I bet I have.
无论证人做过什么
okay.
16点54分的视频和 DNA， 难道你？那老夫宁愿怀。
Objection！
This one then.
您这倒是提醒我了。警方的 DNA 检测，在一些特定的状况下，的确会有所遗漏。这就是为何我们经常会当庭要求警方提供见证技术的帮助。因为在审理进行的过程中，我们会随时发现案件的全新方向。
Objection！ 照你这么说，你是在怀疑警方提供的检测结果有问题喽？要质疑警方弄虚作假，这可是不小的指控，而且也得拿到真凭实据再说。
Objection！
I need to prove that the report wasn't accurate, I guess? It was thrown off. So what's the evidence here? I guess I'll put this here. Crashed. I thought it might be more shocking, but definitely worth trying.
您没有理解我的意思。我所指的遗漏，其实并不是检测结果作假，而是一些极其少见的情况，会让我们对检测结果有所误判。
这老夫实在是听不懂了。辩护方，不如就请你指点一下吧。警方在 DNA 检测结果中可能存在的遗漏到底是什么？
The police loophole is that so we're not questioning the authenticity. Actually, yeah. Wait a minute. There was no mention of scrapes on the victim's knee in the autopsy report, which is strange. Actually, yeah, that is strange. There was no mention of that. I'm guessing maybe it's not a habit for them to do that. But I mean, there's a little bandage there, so. Let me look at the logs. Because there was, yeah, it was positive, there was scraping on the floor. What exactly could this look? Yeah, because his DNA is there. So there was a scrape on the ground, I think. I don't see a. Well, they said it was like one little spot. A little spot. A little spot. And where did he trip?
I think they. What are we saying that the police analyzed the exact same spot where he tripped and also where he died? To the wrong. They took the wrong. Rare case of DNA matches. Okay, doesn't look like I'm timed here. They took the wrong DNA sample. They compared the DNA sample to the wrong person. Rare case. No, they took. No, I don't think they're related. No. Because it did say they were confirmed it, didn't they? Come on. Found a small dot and the streamer tumbled in the video. Immediately extracted the DNA and conducted a preliminary comparison with the victims. Okay, so they tested the blood and they compared it with the victims, and it can be confirmed that the blood came from the victim. The blood and traces of the tumbling are intertwined, which makes it very difficult. Traces of the tumbling are. Not only extracted the blood, but also found slight scratches on the floor. Yeah. Could be a DNA match. No, I don't think so. No, that definitely would not be a DNA match. They took the wrong DNA sample, they compared the DNA sample to the wrong person, but they said they compared it to the victims and I said it was a match, so... So I think, what, they took the DNA, they took the wrong sample? Because how could they take the wrong sample then? Because it matched... I'm gonna save. They compared the DNA sample to the wrong person. It's one of these two. Well, they compared it to the wrong person? Because it said they took it from a spot. Spot and there was like scrape marks which then match the tumbling, so and they compared it to the victim, so like what? Because there was already evidence that he did trip. No, it can't be they took the wrong DNA sample because they took the blood, so it shouldn't be wrong. Is it the rare case of DNA matches? Seems a bit of a stretch. I mean, they said that, yeah, they never compared it to the witness. They never compared it to the witness, so yeah, they only said they compared it to the victim, but I don't understand how would that prove to be much of a loophole.
警方的 DNA 比对对象有误，所以才得出错误的结论。
Yeah, I'm just scratching my head on that one.
警方的 DNA 比对对象当然是死者，他的遗体现在就在公安局里躺着呢。
Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck? These are so vague.
你倒是说说看，这么简单的 DNA 提取要怎么才能弄错？
是这样吗？
What the fuck? Can I not? Oh, it's right here. Yeah, I have no idea. Because the answers are so vaguely put, I have no idea what to do here. Is it a rare case? Although I don't have evidence for this yet, it's indeed a possibility that cannot be ignored.
That's it.
Is
在一些
it?
特定的情况下，
Oh,
两个人是可以拥有完全一致的 DNA 的。
that seems as like a stretch.
什么？真的有这种事吗？看来老夫没能一口气拿下胜利呀。
Really? That's okay. Phew, I made it through. So this is what the confrontation feels like. Practice makes perfect. I learned some debate techniques from it. I hate to thank Prosecutor Hush for enlightening me.
Wait, are you referring to that situation?
Not long ago, there was a report in foreign news about a murder case committed by twins. Ah, I heard about that in a lecture. That was the world's first judicial case came to use technology to distinguish between identical twins in a crime. It was studied as a special case by police forces around the world, ultimately promoting the Department of Forensic Technology.
So we're the judiciary of our country. As a judge, I've attended related lectures, but if you're using it as an example, does it mean...
Yes, if the witness and the victim are actually identical twins, their DNA would be identical as well.
Objection!
Wait, although I don't understand technical things as well as young people, but these identical twins you mentioned, can they really have different sexes?
Can't they?
The principle of identical twins formation is that a single fertilized egg splits into two embryos during development. All chromosomes in these two embryos are identical, including the sex chromosomes, although there have indeed been extremely rare cases of opposite-sex identical twins in medical practice. In such cases, the female embryo usually does not develop completely, and she would be much shorter than average people when grown up.
So that's how it is.
Actually, I didn't know about that specific part.
But the witness's figure looks quite normal, even a bit taller than average girls.
Defense, tell me, what exactly is you
claiming? Is that you're claiming?
If I want to claim that Bamboo's deer's DNA matches Pine Camel's, I must address the problem raised by the chief. This time I must think it over thoroughly before answering. We believe that the witness, Bamboo Deer,
please. Disguised as her actual figure, she was Pine Camel's twin sister. Yeah, I think a man. Yeah.
After careful consideration, our side came to a conclusion which may seem absurd. Is it possible that the witness, Bamboo Deer, is actually a man dressed as a woman? Huh?
Huh? What? A man? Order! Order! Miss Ray, are you serious about what you said?
Yes, I know it sounds absurd, but it is the only reasonable possibility. This case has too many inconsistencies. In the first half of the trial, we have proven that the crime scene was tampered with. The traces on the victim's body does not indicate that he experienced a secondary fall after death. Moreover, there happens to be a blind spot in the video of the victim's fall, which makes it more difficult to discern the truth. If the victim had already died at an earlier time, and later it was this witness who was disguised as him to stream, everything would be explained.
It does make some sense.
But it was the witness who disguised as the streamer and fell during the livestream, and yet the scene has the victim's DNA. The only explanation I can think of is that the witness happens to be the victim's identical twin brother.
Witness, what's your response?
Well,
Your Honor, I know it's impossible to detect a person's DNA in the courtroom, but verifying the gender is very easy. Witness, would you mind if the forensic expert confirms your gender now? We can leave the remaining issues later.
Objection!
Oh yeah, I can hear the voice change.
no, don't bother.
难道你打算强行拒绝？ 什么？
You know what's really funny? When I first saw this character, when I first saw this character like a few hours ago, I actually thought this was actually a guy dressed up as a girl, and oh my god, I wasn't actually. I immediately dismissed the thought of be like, oh no, it couldn't be a guy dressed up as a girl, and it turns out it actually is a guy dressed up as a girl. Oh my god, I did not. Oh my god, I did not mean to accidentally predict the outcome of this trial. So this is a guy. What the fuck?
肃静，肃静！证人，你这是？
Somehow I had a feeling he would have thrown the wig directly at my face.
Oh my god, yeah. That's a reference to the first case of the Phoenix Wright games. Yeah, this is a reference to the very first case of the very first Phoenix Wright game. That's funny.
审判长，还有各位请看，这位证人不但露出了男性形象，而且他虽然面色苍白，但是和死者洛海松长得不是一模一样吗？
Indeed. Witness, explain it, please.
我承认就是了。
After removing the makeup, his personality seems to have completely changed.
我和死者洛海松，我们两个的确是一对双胞胎兄弟。
We were survivors of an explosion accident many years ago, and we grew up together in an orphanage. When we were young, I was adopted by the Deers. That's why our family names are different. Although we didn't live together, we still kept in touch. That's all.
Then why'd you kill him?
Order! Order!
But witness, why did you conceal this information? Are you trying to deceive the court and hide your suspicion of murder?
No, I didn't kill anyone. Before coming to court, I truthfully provided my personal information. Given my physical condition, I can't get the job at the park. I have no choice if I want to earn money. I have explained it to Mr. Prosecutor, and he agreed.
Huh? Prosecutor Hush, so you knew the witness's identity all along?
Oh. I just found the witness's file, and it seems there was indeed something to it.
Why didn't you say it earlier?
I forgot. I'm new here, and there are too many files. I haven't finished reading them all yet. I'm really sorry.
That's enough. Anyway, now that the witness's real identity has been revealed, our argument would be highly feasible.
Witness, did you ever impersonate the victim and conduct a live stream at the scene?
No, I didn't. I didn't impersonate my brother.
You might fool a confused old man like me, but it's far from enough to convince the lawyer that you are facing.
I understand. Please allow me to testify again and reveal the truth of that day.
Very well. The court will give you one last chance. Please make sure not to conceal anything this time.
Okay. Yes, I was the younger twin brother of Shivery Pine Camille, but that doesn't mean I impersonated him. The murder house only had one entrance on the second floor, and the key was always with him, and never taken off when he died. My brother made an appointment with the novelist and gave her the other key, which she had since then. If I had impersonated Shivery Camille and conducted the live stream, I would have to stay there until the novelist arrived. The novelist, despite wearing a mascot costume, confidently barged in, just like in the video. If I tried to get out, I would definitely run into her face to face, and she would have seen me. I'm sorry. I don't have a cloak of invisibility, and the novelist is not blind, so your inference doesn't make sense.
The novelist is not blind. Let me check. The degree mesh on the structure on the head wouldn't obstruct the insider's vision. Okay, that lines up.
His tone is so weak and feeble, so this is his true face. Witness, is your usual appearance and way of speaking just an act for performing at the park?
Yes, that image was created to portray a distinctive influencer tour guide. Actually.
Hey, witness, your nose is bleeding. Are you okay?
No worries. In fact, I have a weak and sickly constitution. If I didn't pretend, the park would have hived me. It's quite tough to make a living.
He mentioned before that he has to work multiple jobs. It seems he is truly struggling to make ends meet. Defendant, the witness you mentioned you several times in his testimony just now, and at that time you were trapped at the crime scene. Did you see the witness there? Huh? Why are you asking me? No, I didn't see him at all.
Not at all?
Right, you were trapped in that mascot costume. Could it be that costume blocked your vision?
No, it didn't. Indeed, it's difficult to walk in that costume, but my vision is the same when I'm not wearing it. I tripped purely because I stepped on something.
Indeed. That outfit, as the witness said, allows for clear vision inside, but walking in it's quite challenging. I struggled quite a bit to put it on. The structure lays is stiff. You only walk towards the front of the costume. Even one step back is impossible.
You can only walk towards the front of the costume, okay.
You even tried it on? How dedicated you are.
And once you put that thing off, you can't take it off by yourself. It really gave me my old ways a hard time.
Sounds incredibly uncomfortable.
Can only move forward. Yikes.
Luna, this is likely to be the last testimony in today's trial. Are you prepared?
I see. I'll definitely expose the final flaw in the witness's testimony and clear Plum's name.
Then, the defense may proceed with the questioning.
Hold it!
Would she notice even if she was trapped in the mascot costume?
I'm not sure, but just now, she herself and the prosecutor proved it, didn't they?
Yes, that mascot costume has great visibility. You can pretend it doesn't exist.
In other words, when wearing it, the defendant's field of vision is almost the same as when not wearing it. Both the visible field and the blind spots are the same as when not wearing it, right?
Blind spots. Laportier was right. If he wanted to get out, he would definitely run to Plum in the mascot costume. The costume had a very good internal field of view, so Plum had no reason to not to see the front. But why didn't she see him?
Hold it!
You mean, you didn't have a key, so you would definitely run into the defendant when leaving?
Yes.
What he said makes sense. If you can clearly see the front of the mascot costume in the live video, doesn't it prove that the defendant entered front first?
So that evidence...
Hold it!
Now, let me see that again. So that evidence, okay.
Hold it!
This is the most reasonable inference based on the existing evidence. Your appearance and DNA are perfect for impersonating him. I have to doubt your actions.
But an inference is just an inference. I look like my brother, but it doesn't mean I impersonated him.
You have admitted that you were present at the crime scene. You cannot exclude the suspicion of impersonating him.
Well, I've already explained that.
Hold it!
Why are you so familiar with the murder house?
Well, I was my brother's assistant. It's normal. I knew the things he knew. But on the day of the incident, it was both my first time and my brother's first time there. He arrived early and told me we could only enter from the second floor. If I was really familiar with it, he wouldn't have...
He looks so sad. That doesn't seem like an act. Wait, what if this weak and feeble appearance is an act?
Hold it!
How did you know that the victim sent the key to the defendant?
But of course, my brother told me it himself. After he wrapped the key, I helped him send it. If the key was wrapped, it would be difficult to retain fingerprints. Another dead end.
When was the key sent out?
It was about 2 days before the incident. The main key was always with my brother, and the spare one was given to her.
May I interrupt? The structure of that key should be based on the traditional Mortise and tenon joint from our country. It's impossible to duplicate it within a few days. Thus, as an Officer Falcon said, there are only 2 keys.
Do any of you have keys to duplicate? I've learned it. If you need, I can do it for you.
Why is he like a leaking balloon?
Hold it!
Is it because the door also needs a key to open from the inside?
Yes, the key had always been with my brother, and the police should have checked that the key was never taken off. If I've been pretending to be my brother during the live stream, it means I've been inside the room all along. And the only time I could leave without a key would be when the novelist entered through the door.
Indeed, his thought is very clear. One more thing, why did you go through the trouble of sending the key to the defendant? It's quite strange. Couldn't you just open the door for her?
Well, the previous inference is basically correct. It was for the livestream value.
The livestream value?
Livestream value directly determines the viewership and earnings of the streamer. To pursue shock value of a ghost hunt livestream, you need to create a creepy atmosphere, like dim lighting. Only in this way can viewers have an immersive experience. If we stop in the middle and go open the door for someone, it would disrupt the experience. The viewers wouldn't buy it. But we couldn't keep the others waiting outside, so we sent the key in advance for her to open the door herself.
In the end, she was merely trapped as long as she entered. The key didn't make much difference.
Hold it!
So that evidence, okay. Is it because it's he said full furry chest?
Objection!
Your Honor, this piece of evidence is completely contradictory to the witness's testimony.
Oh, is it? No. 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 So that evidence. Full furry chest, or am I supposed to use this evidence? Am I supposed to use this one?
Objection!
No, it's not it. Okay. The key was always with him and never taken off when he died. I mean, I can't tell if that's still on him.
This is the witness's final struggle.
Yes, after today's practical experience, you should have realized it. Once there's a discrepancy between the testimony and the evidence, no matter how small it is, it can completely expose the witness's lies. But this time, he testified based on his impossibility of escaping, which would be very hard to deal with. You must stay focused and not miss any small discrepancies in order to completely defeat him.
Okay, I'll try my best.
Okay, that didn't really do much. Is this the same? Yeah, okay, it's the same thing.
Hold it!
You can clearly see in front the master costume first. So that evidence.
fully chest. What's with the star in the middle? I don't see a star in the middle at all. Do I use this?
Objection!
Oh, yeah. I found the flaw, but the conclusion's rather strange. It's a bit embarrassing to take it out, but I have no choice at the moment. Could it be that she anticipated the situation when she insisted on giving me this thing?
Defense, why did you object but not speak?
Everyone, please look at this item.
What is this?
Objection!
Defense, I also started to mess around in the courtroom.
So you were messing around before? I'm not messing around. The witness said if he was hiding in the room, the defendant would definitely see him upon entering. After all, wearing the costume wouldn't have obstructed the front view. But this is only true under normal circumstances.
What do you mean by that?
Please look at this drawing. This abstract drawing is a selfie of the defendant, Plum Swift. Since her phone has been confiscated by the police, we can only use this drawing as an illustration. The selfie was taken when she arrived at the community entrance, when she was sent to Chivalry Camel Online. Although the style of this drawing is quite enigmatic, it contains an important piece of the information.
An important piece of information? I don't see it. Defense, why don't you point out where the important information is?
I understand. Let me point it out. The important information is right here. Oh, why is my mouse moving on its own? Before addressing the issue, I'd like to ask everyone a question. When taking a selfie, naturally you would point the camera towards your own face, right?
Indeed. Occasionally I take selfies too. It's much more convenient than before.
And if that's the case, the selfie in question naturally represents the front view for the defendant.
Of course.
Well then, please take a look at this place.
What? It appears to be a pentagram. Is there an issue with that?
The problem is why there's a pentagram here. After all, the actual front view of the mascot costume doesn't have this pattern. The defendant even drew the surrounding pedestrians in the greenery, so she wouldn't add something that didn't exist. Please check that mascot costume. Confirm if there's such a pentagram on it.
Oh yes, I remember now. Indeed, there is such a pattern.
Oh, it's on the back.
I even noted it down. Look, it's on the back of the costume. Huh. This pentagram is actually quite cute.
Wow, it's an Elder sign. Lord Evil God looks so cute because of the seal. The setting is quite complete.
Huh? In that case, the defendant only drew something that was already on the costume itself, so there's no contradiction, right?
No, this is a huge contradiction. The thing that this pentagram is on the back of the costume proves something astonishing. The defendant wore the mascot costume backwards. That's why the pattern from the back appeared in Plum's front-facing selfie.
Objection!
Whether that pattern on the costume is drawn correctly doesn't prove anything. After all, it's just a subjective drawing. It's possible that the defendant misremembered the details and added them on her own. How can I verify if she wore it backwards?
Objection!
This drawing originates from the defendant's selfie. It can be verified as long as the police take out the phone of Plum Swift.
Oh, I texted the police and they said they found it. There's a photo Plum Swift sent to Chivalry Camel and Spooky Shock.
How do you manage to do everything so quickly? Oh, yep, there it is.
There isn't much difference between the selfie and the drawing.
Not much difference?
Oh shit. He's right there.
The user who sent this picture via a private message is named Withered Plum, and the real name verification shows it's a defendant.
Could you choose a better name for yourself?
And there's a sentence that accompanies this photo. Cthulhu draws is coming to devour everything. Ho ho. Isn't that kind of a crime warning?
She was just kidding.
Since it has been verified by the police, it can serve as evidence in court.
Yeah, and he's in front. Because, what was his appearance?
But defense, I still don't get it. Even if the defendant wore the costume backwards, what difference does it make?
It makes a huge difference. This fact will completely change the meaning of this evidence. The witness stated the defendant would have definitely seen him inside the room, but if Plum Swift wore the costume backwards, the significance of this evidence will completely change.
Yeah, it's the front.
That's it.
Please watch this video. It clearly captures the defendant wearing the mascot costume.
Yes, it is indeed a very interesting outfit, but what does it prove?
Please take a closer look at the footage. The front of the costume was clearly captured.
Huh. Is it not normal to capture the front? Ah!
Yes! You realize the truth this matter shows.
Indeed, that outfit, as the witness said, allows for clear vision inside, but walking in it is quite challenging. I struggled quite a bit to put it on. The leg structure is very rigid, so it can only move forward towards the front of the costume, and can't take even a step backwards.
Once we put on this costume correctly, we can only move towards the direction the costume is facing. Now imagine what would happen if this costume was worn backwards.
The defendant could only move backward?
Exactly. Only in that way the defendant could move normally.
Order! Order!
Prosecutor Hush has personally tried it on. Once this costume is put on, it cannot be taken off by oneself. Even if the defendant realized she wore it backwards, she wouldn't be able to switch it back before meeting the victim. And unlike insects, humans have only two eyes facing forward. So please look at this image. If the defendant entered the crime scene in a normal state, her field of view should have been like this. In that case, her vision would have always been directed forward. Anyone inside the house who tried to leave would undoubtedly be noticed by her. However, if the defendant was in the state I just mentioned, only able to move backward, then after opening the door, she had to turn her body and enter in this state.
Oh, so that means...
That's right. From the moment the defendant entered the door, the front of the costume was an absolute blind spot. And on the platform with a void below, it's only natural for people to turn their vision downwards to confirm the height. At this moment, the person hiding inside the house could easily evade her field of vision and leave. Let's recall the statements of the witness since he entered the court. After the swaying on the base for a few years, I've become light on my feet. Now I can walk without making any sound. Whether it's Han Chinese clothing or for costume or mascot costume, I know them all very well. Feel free to ask. His footsteps are light and nearly silent while walking, and he is knowledgeable about various costumes. Both factors prove that the witness was able to leave the scene in the way we mentioned before, under the defendant's nose.
Order! Order! Witness, what do you think about the method raised by the defense?
It sounds too absurd. What can I say? If I could really do it, I would have to hide in advance and wait for the only chance to get out. The defendant's behavior was so peculiar. How could I possibly know in advance that she would wear a costume backwards? Under normal circumstances, it's indeed impossible to predict the defendant's outrageous behavior.
But as I said earlier, the defendant had sent the picture to Chivalry Camille in advance. Given the fact that the defendant did enter the room backward in the video, the argument of our side is now completely valid. Witness, how do you explain this?
Objection!
Hold on. A sec, please. Miss Lawyer, you made a mistake, didn't you? You just said the defendant sent the selfie to whom? I asked. Of course it was Chivalry Yes. Everyone knows that Shivery Camel in Spooky Shack was my brother, Pine Camel. Livestream platform accounts require real name verification, allowing the police to identify him as the account owner. Even if I got his phone, as you said, and pretended to be him, I still wouldn't be able to see the private messages.
So please allow me to add something. This live stream platform has a very strict privacy settings. To access the private messages, you need to enter the login password again.
Huh? Isn't that very inconvenient? I was just a behind-the-scenes helper, playing the role of ghost. How could I possibly have his password?
Objection!
But you were his brother. Maybe he told you the password before.
Objection!
If you claim that I know Shivery Camel's login password, then prove it. I know, Miss Lawyer. You have your belief. I also have mine. Without evidence, I will not acknowledge anything you say.
Huh? How can I possibly find evidence to prove whether someone knows something or not?
Order! Order!
So, do you think it's possible to find such evidence?
The evidence I have should have all been used. Even if there are some not yet used, they couldn't prove this matter. In fact, unless he enters the correct password in court, it's impossible to prove that he knows it. Should I try other questions to trap him? Find a way to expose his flaw?
This witness is very defensive against you right now.
No, wrong voice. This witness is very defensive against you right now. These tricks might not work. Perhaps you need to calm down now and carefully consider all the details of the case. Maybe the key to the breakthroughs has been right in front of you all along, but you haven't seen it. Calm down, Luna. Immerse yourself in all the information you already know, and try to organize and scrutinize. Perhaps the truth you are seeking has already been laid out before you.
To calm down and see the bigger picture, I'll give it a try.
Whoa.
In this case, due to the witness's significant change in image and identity, I have adjusted my reasoning multiple times. It's time to calm down and carefully re-examine everything that has happened since the trial began. With the testimony of Orchid Falcon and Bambodia, and the evidence presented by Prosecutor Hush, my current conclusion is the victim, Pine Camel, is also known as Shivery Camel in Spooky Shack, was in partnership with his twin brother, Bamboo Deer. On the day of the incident, Pine Camel streamed as usual while Bamboo Deer was responsible for forging paranormal events. During the interruption of the livestream, a conflict may have occurred between the two, ultimately leading to Pine Camel's death. To fabricate the time of Pine Camel's death, Bamboo Deer disguised himself as his brother and continued the livestream. And at that moment, my client, Plum Swift, arrived at the community where the incident took place. She took a photo of herself wearing a reverse mascot costume and walking backward, which she sent to Shivery Camel. Based on this, Bamboo Deer deduced a way to escape by leaving the house at the moment Plum was entering backward. Afterward, Plum accidentally pushed down Pine Camel's body as recorded in the video. Every step of my reasoning should be valid, but now I'm stuck at proving that Bamboo Deer could access the private messages of Shivery Camel. Proving that someone knows something is extremely difficult, so my reasoning has reached a dead end. Think it over. I really have covered every aspect of the case so far. Throughout the entire incident, is there any detail that I have consistently overlooked?
The reason the crime scene became the murder house, the reason Plum Swift tripped, the motive of the killer to murder the victim.
No, it's too far-fetched. This house became a murder house since a long time ago, and even if there really was any strange cases in the past, it wouldn't have had a direct connection to Pine Camel's case. Take it over. Okay.
The motive of the killer to murder the victim?
Why Pine Camel was murdered? It's not so much that I overlook it, but rather there is no basis for discussion at all. Plum doesn't have a solid motive for murder, neither does Bambo Deer, at least on the surface. There might have been some hidden conflicts between the two brothers, but I don't have any evidence to prove it. I won't be able to reach any substantial conclusions following this line. I need to change my approach. Think it over. Okay, the reason why she tripped. Right, because Plum's appearance and behavior were so bizarre, we naturally assumed that it was normal for her to trip. But in fact, we never discussed the reason why she tripped. Think about it. What was the main reason she tripped and got tangled in the railing? She stepped on something. Looking back carefully, I remember Plum mentioned that she tripped because she stepped on something. While reviewing the exhibits, I did see a rough-looking cardboard piece stuck into the mascot costume resembling a small ghost. She already had difficulty walking. If she stepped on a cardboard with glue at the time, it would indeed be easy to trip. But even so, what does it imply? Think back carefully to all the words I've heard since the trial began. I'm also skilled in handicrafts. The outfits I wear. Oh, that skipped it. Once or twice. Oh, before the degree, I took the selfie in the mask last few minutes to its count. Okay. The memories that can be connected to the current situation are. To the current situation. Since the trial began, Bambo Deer has repeatedly mentioned that he is very skilled in anagrams and never wastes materials. This raw cardboard seems to be used as a ghost. It looks poorly made and clearly has excessive glue on it. Bambo Deer was supposed to create the atmosphere for Shiver Camille, but why did he make such a low-quality handicraft? It seems contradictory to the information I've already known. Think it over. Why did Bambo Deer, who is skilled in handicrafts, use such a shabby item at the scene? Just a minute. It was on the stairs. Wait a minute. If he was not responsible for the handicraft, then who it was? The small ghost, both in terms of art style and the insufficiently dry glue, couldn't have been made by Plum. So, I see. Since the trial began, we have had a huge misunderstanding about something. And there's only one explanation of all these anomalies. Think carefully. The truth is about to come out. What we have misunderstood all along is... there's a question at the top of the screen that needs to be answered. Clicking on the keywords to add their highlighted part to the answer. Okay. You can also click on the text in the answer box to remove it. Combine... okay. Pine Jamel, murder, or some twins DNA test. Oh wait, is it the other way around? Wait, is that the case? No, there's two words. twins' murder was test not. Is that it? Was not Shivery Camel? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it took me a bit to find the words. I see. It seems that since the beginning of the trial, we have been trapped in a fixed mindset. So this is actually the real streamer. Okay, we thought that, Pine Camel was murdered, but in reality, it was actually the fucking brother. Pine Camel's brother who was murdered. Okay, that's an interesting twist. I see. It seems that since the beginning of the trial, we have been trapped in a fixed mindset. There's only one reason we failed to reach the correct conclusion from the start.
What?
The premise on which we have been discussing the entire case is wrong. It seems you've come to an interesting conclusion. We assumed that Shivery Camel in Spooky Shack was the victim, Pine Camel, so we saw Bamboo Deer as his live streaming assistant. But the truth is the opposite. Witness, the ghost hunt live streamer Shivery Camel in Spooky Shack is actually you, right?
What?
Order! Miss Ray, what trick are you playing? Why have you come to such a conclusion?
The victim's family name is Camel, and the streamer's name is Shivery Camel, so we naturally assumed that they were the same person. But upon consideration, the witness and the victim are twin brothers, and the witness's surname was changed after adoption. If Bamboo Deer is the streamer, it also makes sense, doesn't it? Due to the earlier misunderstanding, I believe the witness was pretending to be Shivery Camel on camera. But in reality, the witness didn't need to pretend because he is Shivery Camel himself. The one who pretended to be Ghost is the victim, Pine Camel. Since the victim wasn't Shivery Camel at all, there's no need for anyone to disguise as him. This is the only explanation for the rough handicraft that tripped up my client. You couldn't stay at the scene too long, and most of your time had to be spent on the live stream, so you had to leave the logistical work to your brother, who might not be as skilled in handicrafts as you, but at the time.
Order!
If the witness, Bamboo Deer, is indeed the streamer himself, you could check the private messages sent to Shivery Camel anytime because the defendant's selfie was actually sent to him.
So, witness, is what the defense said true?
Interesting, but it's not true. It was my brother who registered this account. You can check the back end.
Since he always had been your supporter behind the scenes, it's not surprising that he did the registration.
But you still can't prove who actually was in charge of the account. And the rough handicraft was just a mistake on my part. Anyone can make mistakes. Besides that, I won't say another word.
How could you? Shivery had injured his leg during a live stream before. I just examined your leg in court and...
Useless. I often fall and get injured while performing the wobbly doll in Han Chinese clothing. My legs are full of scars.
Your conclusion may be impressive, but it's difficult to verify. After all, twins have identical appearances and genes. Even if there are subtle differences, it would be challenging to discover them in court.
Then, what about fingerprints? Are the fingerprints of identical twins also the same?
Fingerprints indeed develop after birth, so the fingerprints should be different. However, both Pine Camel and Bamboo Deer spent a long time at the scene, so their fingerprints can be found anywhere. Besides, the witness likely cleaned up the scene. It's hard to determine the live streamer's identity based solely on fingerprints.
Why? My inference is the only one step away from the truth. Whoops. What should I do now? It seems even Chief is at on us. Is there really no evidence that can clearly identify Shivery Camel?
Unfortunately, the court cannot accept baseless claims. Defense, if you have no further questions, I will dismiss the witness.
If the question is terminated here, this guy will escape justice.
Huh?
So you're still here?
I've been listening all along.
What a splendid argument, Miss Ray. Since that's the case, I have to present another piece of evidence.
Huh? What else do you have?
I keep everything that could be relevant to the case. It's just there was so much, and it's so disorganized that I haven't been able to sort it out yet. What do you think of this piece of evidence, Miss Ray?
Huh? This is...
It's just an unidentified piece of evidence left at this delivery station of Murder Masons.
Dear Mr. Quadrant, I have found what you requested in the stockroom of Murder Masons and have sent it out immediately. Please check it upon your receipt and settle the remaining balance as soon as possible. It's urgent. Thank you. Kamel.
Huh? What is this? A handwritten postcard?
To Mr. Quadrant, a peculiar addressee. There's no signature on the postcard. Prosecutor Hush, I can't see any connection between the postcard and the case. Did you pick up the wrong item?
Don't rush. I haven't figured out its relation to the case either. But this postcard was dropped by the sender after they had handwritten it at the delivery station. And the surveillance camera at this delivery station could clearly capture the face of the person writing the postcard.
Ah!
Isn't this the person the victim in this case, Pine Kamel?
The person in this footage could also be Bamboo Deer. I need to look carefully to distinguish. But what exactly can this photo and this postcard prove?
Alright, I've presented all the evidence I have. There won't be any new evidence from the scene.
I found what you requested in the stockroom of Murder Masons. I've sent it immediately. The stockroom? Is this the stock? Yeah, I'm guessing this is the stockroom. Sender wrote it at 5:50 or 5:45 p.m. And where was this taken? It was taken on the 8th of August, so the day of the murder. Okay. So this was written after the murder happened. Or after the body was, yeah, after the murder happened.
Miss Ray, you seem to be more agile than I am. The question can only be pondered by you. Now, can you use the evidence in your hand to put an end to today's trial? If you're ready, use one piece of evidence if you have to give me the answer, and settle this once and for all.
Indeed. Today's trial has been long enough. Defense, the court will give you one last chance to present evidence.
This really is merciless. But I think I now know the whole truth of the case. With the surveillance image provided by Prosecutor Oops, I would just need to present one more piece of evidence to prove all my deductions. The evidence that can be linked to the evidence submitted by Prosecutor Hush is...
Okay, so I have to look at these first. I guess the selfie? Wait, where's the selfie? Oh, there it is. Yeah, the selfie, because it's like here. Because, wait, let me look at the picture. He was wearing a bag, hoodie. He was wearing a bag, and he's wearing a jacket. So this one, so this person here is Kamel. So it's gotta be the selfie then, right?
That's it!
Is this what you want me to say?
Unfortunately, I can't see any connection between these pieces.
What? No? Whoops, sorry, was it? Okay, what the fuck? Okay. Okay, it's not that apparently. To the evidence submitted by in the stock room, and said Camille. So it's not this then. What is it then? I guess the clothing? Are you saying it's the clothing? Is that the case?
That's it!
No, that's not it. What do I submit then? I guess the autopsy
That's it.
report? No, it's not it. What the hell is it then? What, the handwriting? No, it can't be it. The evidence that can be linked. I am at a loss. Stockholm and murder medicines.
That's it!
No.
Man, what the fuck is this? Ah. Doesn't seem to be any of them.
That's it.
Huh? There's screenshots from the live video.
Yes, please allow me to explain. First, please take a look at this photo taken at the delivery station.
Oh, it's just comparing the times? Oh, okay.
The time shown in the surveillance footage is 5:25:09. If I remember correctly, the previous witness, Orchid Falcon, mentioned that the police arrived at the scene and discovered the body at 5:15 p.m., which is consistent with the autopsy record. This means that 10 minutes later, at 5:25 p.m., Pine Camel should have already been dead. Therefore, the male figure in this footage can only be the witness Bamboo Deer, who looks almost identical to him.
Huh, a very reasonable inference. And then...
Next, as we just learned, this postcard was handwritten by the sender at the delivery station. Let's decide for now what the content of the postcard might mean. I believe it may have little relevance to this case. What's more important here is that we have obtained material written by Bamboo Deer himself. Please take a look at the screenshot. Shiver Camel fell during the live stream, and the reason he fell was because he was walking and writing at the same time in front of the camera. In other words, we can prove that the material in the footage was written by Shiver Camel in Spooky Shack. Your Honor, we request an immediate analysis of these two handwritings to determine if they belong to the same person.
What?
Witness, if these two handwritings match, there are only two possible conclusions. First, Shiver Camel is still your brother, Pine Camel. But in this video, you disguise yourself as him to continue streaming. Second, Shiver Camel's true identity is you, giving you ample opportunity to obtain information about the defendant. Regardless of which possibility, you can no longer deny your involvement in this case.
Order! Order!
How could this happen? No, I can't give up yet. Even if you say so. Even if things become unclear, I must fulfill my brother's final will.
What?
Oh. What? Okay, given the aura he's giving, I'm going to give him a different voice.
Witness, listen. I'll only say this once. Thanks to the efforts of this lawyer, your disguises at the crime scene and in the courtroom have been exposed one by one. You still want to deny it? That's fine. Although the evidence chain just now can't prove that you're the murderer, it can maximize the reconstruction of the case. And the police will reinvestigate everything and discover the true cause of Pine Camel's death. Is it really meaningful for you to continue denying?
Is that so? It seems I lose the fight.
Prosecutor, hush, you just...
Huh? Sorry, I want to show off a bit.
Even I was overwhelmed by his momentum. This showing off is really amazing.
Mr. Hush, Mr. Ray, and Your Honor, I, Bamboo Deer, want to confess in court. Do I still have that right?
Finally!
You are recognized as a witness by the court, so of course you have the right to speak. Please continue.
Thank you. The account Shiver Camel in Spooky Shack had been jointly operated by my brother and me, but the person appearing in front of the camera was me.
As expected, Shiver Camel has always been him.
The account name was chosen by my brother. Despite my adoption and surname change, I've always been a Camel in his heart. On August 8th, We arrived at B2 of Murder Masons as planned to conduct a live stream. One of the parts involved a white cloth following in the process, but my brother didn't paste it securely, so it almost goofed. At that moment, to ensure the effect, my brother climbed up to the beam of the murder house, and he accidentally fell, and the table was right below him.
What? So, he died accidentally?
Order! Order! Witness, if what you're saying is true, then this isn't even a murder case. Then why are you hiding so many facts?
We find it hard to understand it too. Your actions have caused my client Plumswift to suffer unjust accusation.
Involving an innocent novelist was not my intention. I feel deeply sorry. But if my brother's death was due to his own reckless actions, it would meet the conditions for receiving insurance payouts.
Oh. I see.
What?
He told me this in his final moments.
No, my head. Looks like I messed up.
Fine. How could this happen? I'll call the ambulance right away.
No, I can feel. I probably won't make it in time. Bambo.
Oh, Bambo. It's okay.
The expensive insurance I brought before. The beneficiary is you. The compensation should be quite a lot.
Don't say that now. Without you, I don't want any money. Hold on. I'm calling an ambulance.
No.
Please, Pine. Please don't be silly. Hello, I need an ambulance.
Pine, what are you doing?
Pine, what are you doing?
It's okay. Don't save me, or we have to spend more money. Remember your illness. With the money, your illness can be cured. Remember, you must stay alive by any means necessary. Otherwise, everything you've done will be in vain.
Pine? My brother and I were originally twin brothers in an ordinary family. Many years ago, our parents were involved in an attack carried out by a terrorist named Cerberus and died.
Oh, he seems to know something about that.
Cerberus. Sounds familiar. Chief, have you heard of this person?
This should be unrelated to the case. Let him continue.
We became orphans overnight and lived in an orphanage. My brother was introverted and not good with words, while I appeared lively, so I was soon adopted by the Deers. Although our paths changed, we still often met, and our bond never changed. But at that time, I was diagnosed with a blood disease. I couldn't understand what disease it was and couldn't remember its name. I just knew that it required a lot of money. My foster parents were not high earners, and I originally had no blood relation with them. Since I already reached adulthood, they just gave me a small amount of living expenses and completely abandoned me.
What? Why?
If I couldn't be treated on time, I wouldn't have much time left. I didn't want to burden my brother, so I started working desperately to earn money, taking on any jobs I can get. But my brother thought it was too hard, and suggested finding an easier job with less physical labor and quick money.
Is this the reason you chose to become a ghost hunt live streamer?
Yes, in this job it's all about giving the audience what they want to see. Yes, just like magic, everyone knows it's fake, but they just want to see the performance. So, he registered Shivery Kamel in Spooky Shack. My brother said, in his heart, I would always be his little brother. And our surname, Kamel, is the best proof of our blood connection. Since then I started being a streamer. We wanted to create a persona of someone timid and fearful, prone to attracting paranormal incidents, and my brother took on all the physical labor himself. He portrayed ghosts in front of the camera, creating strange noises, phenomena, as if real paranormal events were happening. Then he used online information to plan live streams, create effects, edit content, and even devise promotional gimmicks. He did it very well, and our account's followers gradually increased. Because of the name Shivery Kamel, everyone assumed that the one streaming was my brother. I think it was the fame that my brother deserved, and I didn't mind it. Until now, we were just a small streamer climbing up the ranks, and every month we would have to pay a lot just for maintenance costs. My brother gave all the income to me, but we were still far from the cost of the treatment.
Indeed, as far as I know, there are some rare diseases that are not well covered by health insurance, and treatment options are very limited and extremely expensive. You have one of those, right?
Yes. Until yesterday, my brother arranged to meet with the best-selling novelist, the defendant. He wanted to promote his account by collaborating with a novelist who happened to be interested in collecting material. Unexpectedly, that's when it happened. I made a promise to my brother, but my brother wasn't very educated. He might not have realized the insurance he bought is not suitable for our condition. It has exclusion clauses, one of which is no compensation shall be paid when the insured takes the initiative to take risks. And my brother did take the initiative to walk up to the beam, leading to his accidental death. I had to stage the scene as if he had been murdered.
I can understand your various helplessness for the sake of survival, but I can't forgive you for framing others for the crime.
No, at the time, I just wanted to fabricate a murder case. After all, it's a murder house where 2 people had already died. As long as I moved my brother's body upstairs and set up as an unsolvable case, even if the people from the insurance company came, there would be no way to trace it back. I never thought of framing the novelist. After all, if I hesitated too long, my brother would have died in vain.
But your behavior...
And there is another important reason for which I did all this. My brother was not sociable since childhood. He had no other friends or relatives besides me. If he just died like this, no one would remember him besides me.
So you thought of making him die as the streamer Shiver Kamel during the live stream?
Yes, if his death during exploring the murder house could be seen as his final curtain call as a ghost hunt streamer, at least our audience would be shocked and feel regretful. He would be remembered forever, right?
You went so far in pursuing the value of live streaming. This is truly difficult to approve.
But I didn't expect that she would send me a selfie at the time and had come over so quickly. At the time, I had just finished disguising the body and had started the live stream. It would be terrible if she found out. However, I found that the costume the novelist was wearing is a work of mine when I took custom orders online. I know its flaw, and I also noticed that she wore it backwards. At that time, I felt it was an opportunity from fate, so I took advantage of her entering the house to escape using the blind spot. I never thought that she would accidentally push my brother's body down again. I'm the one who made her a defendant. I'm sorry.
Wow! Plum was on the verge of withering. I can't believe you can still laugh about it.
I see. Your confession sounds reasonable, but do you have any evidence to prove your claims?
Well, as for evidence,
There is indeed a thick beam on the roof at that house, which the police didn't expect to be relevant to the case, and I immediately texted the police to investigate upon hearing the testimony. Just now, the police have sent me the result.
Again? That's too fast.
Before the witnesses live streaming, this room had been unoccupied for a long time and accumulated a heavy layer of dust, so there are many traces left on it. The investigation results from the police can basically corroborate the witness's confession.
Indeed. There was one person or two on the beam, where there was an accidental fall or a deliberate push. It can be easily verified as long as there are traces.
However, witness, even if you haven't committed murder, you fabricated the scene and provided false testimony to obtain insurance money. I cannot turn a blind eye to these crimes.
Yeah, that's like an attempt at insurance fraud.
Your own trial may not be far off after this one. Be prepared for it.
Yes, this is the punishment I deserve. I have no objections.
The witness fabricating evidence and providing false testimony indeed meets the criteria for prosecution.
Fabricating evidence, perjury, and attempted insurance fraud. For 3 charges combined, serving time in prison is unavoidable. Moreover, if you hadn't thoroughly understood the details of the insurance from the beginning, Whether it's tragedy of Pine Camel or illness, they could have been solved in a better way.
That's probably a deserved result. After all, the law is law. No matter how difficult the situation, emotions cannot prevail over law. But wait, if that's the case, then what about the witness's illness?
Well, if the medical assessment required before imprisonment is fine, you can still be granted medical parole.
Ah, yes, indeed.
This is probably the best end for him.
Well then, let me summarize today's trial. Miss Ray, as a first-time appearance in court, you not only defended the interest of your client, but also uncovered the truth of the case in court, which I must say is quite a splendid performance.
Is that so? Thank you for the praise.
Now it's time for the verdict in today's case.
Wait, something seems off. On the surface, I defended the interests of my client and led the case to the best outcome. But since the trial began, am I really the one guiding the direction in this courtroom?
Sorry to interrupt. I sent a text message to have the police search the scene, right? Now they have sent the investigation result to me.
Huh? So fast?
Yeah, I feel like there's more than meets the eye with Arthur.
If so, I'll seize the opportunity to defeat you, Miss Ray. Get ready for it.
Huh? Prosecutor Hush, what are you up to?
I feel like he's been holding back.
I've been listening the whole time. It was quite a presentation, Miss Ray. Since that's the case, I have to present another piece of evidence.
Yeah, he's been helping us deliberately the whole time.
Witness, listen. I'll only say this once. Is it really meaningful for you to continue denying?
Is this apparently just a rookie who got his qualification half a month ago and keeps getting confused?
Yeah, I think that's a front.
I announce that the defendant Plum Swift.
Ooh. Age 24. Not guilty. Woohoo.
Prosecutor Hush. I mean, Mr. Former Chief Prosecutor. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief.
Huh? Former Chief Prosecutor?
You startled me as soon as you entered the courtroom, claiming you have just qualified. What kind of play is this?
Just take it as Master Hush specifically playing a charade to test a newcomer in our office.
Huh? Huh? Master?
What is this expression?
It seems this new lawyer has passed the test.
Oh, yes. I have high hopes for her, which is why I agreed to the Procurator's request to rehire me and came back specially.
Huh? 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 Rehire? What are you talking about?
Well, let me formally introduce him. Prosecutor Arthur Hush, a senior figure in our country's judicial circle, a pioneer of modern court, and my teacher's teacher. He also popularized courtroom confrontations to uncover the truth through debate between the two sides. In terms of seniority, I think you might have to call him Great Master.
Huh? Huh? Great Master? So you're here to play dumb and test me? Just got the qualification half a month ago. That means you've been rehired for half a month? You're not a rookie?
Oh, you've been tested quite a bit, but you did quite well in this case, didn't you?
Whoops. Suddenly feeling a lot of pressure.
In my twilight years, there are still old cases requiring capable young individuals to handle. This time, I, together with Charlie and the judge, concealed my identity just to ease the pressure on you in the trial. Ho ho ho.
It only made me more stressed. Alright. Anyway, thank you for your care this time.
My pleasure. This time I just happened to take on a case involving a suspect with not so serious crime, but a complex storyline. Perhaps someday in the future we might meet again. But before that day, you should work on improving yourself and become more reliable.
I will. Indeed. This great master spent the majority of time slacking off during the trial. But the fact that the case ended up like this is largely due to his subtle guidance behind the scenes. I may not yet be qualified to see what he's like when he's working seriously,
Well then, since the judgment has been rendered, there's no need to continue this trial. I declare this case closed.
August 9th, 12:21 p.m. in the District Court Defendant Lobby. Okay, there we go, right? I said it fast enough.
Yeah, I never thought that my first time in court as a lawyer would involve so many twists and turns. I'm exhausted. Huh? Where's Chief? Wow, Luna, you're so capable. Thanks for the compliment. Although it seems you're the one who made today's trial so tough. Since the outcome is good, I won't say anything about it. Wow, don't take it so too seriously. In the whole event, I was just a hapless bystander. Decision made. When I get back, I'm going to incorporate Luna's heroic figure into my next novel, Genius Prosecutor. Huh? Really? Of course. As the nemesis in the protagonist's destiny and an evil and unscrupulous lawyer. Wait, why am I the villain? And the twins, I never thought they had such a tragic and torturous life. It's just too heartbreaking. I really want to write a non-fiction novel about them now. Pine Camel and Bambi Camel, who supported each other only to be cruelly teased by fate after enduring hardships. I feel like these sentences are so pale, completely inadequate to convey their bonds. Wow, but there's so many reporters outside covering this case. Even if he can't get this insurance money, he should receive attention from society and receive a large amount of donations. Wait a minute, Plum. Your remarks just now contradicted the profile information I have. Wow, the trial has already ended. Why are you still trying to find contradictions? Because I want to confirm something. The profile which contradicts your remark is...
Yeah, because you said Bambi. You said Bambi.
That's it.
From what I know, the former name of Bamboo Deer was never exposed even after the conclusion of the case. You just called him Bambi Camel, didn't you? Wow, it was just a slip of the tongue. This name has never been mentioned in court. How could you mistakenly call him that if you didn't know? This can only mean one thing. You must have investigated the two brothers in advance, right? What are you talking about? If you knew the true relationship between the two brothers and the real identity of Shiver Camel from the beginning, with your intelligence as the best-selling detective novelist, you must have deduced the truth at the crime scene, right? And that costume, you said that cost a lot. Isn't it too coincidental that you happened to buy it from Bamboo Deer's store? Were you intending to help them right from the beginning? Wow, it's a nice day today! In that case, you could have immediately pointed the police in the right direction, and you would have become a suspect. But if your goal was to help the brothers, you'd have to become the defendant in this case, because this way you could have involved yourself and draw attention to the entire society. Those reporters outside were brought by you, after all. Bamboo Deer has two goals: to raise funds for his treatment and to have his brother remembered by the public. This way both of his goals will be achieved under the public's attention. Plum, am I right? Wait. If she can find information about the two brothers, she must also be able to find information about Master Hush. Could it be that she had anticipated that I, who absolutely trust her, and Professor Hush, who is absolutely competent, could have led the case to its current conclusion? Wow, Luna, the story you just told me really moved me. What I want is exactly this feeling. I'll use it as material and write it into my next work. Oh, inspiration is flowing in. Well, I'll just take it one step first. Hey, Plum. Plum still looks like a non-reliable person. Those things just now facts or my imagination? Even knowing her for so many years, I still can't figure her out. Huh? Chief, you're finally back.
Sorry for the wait. I just need to confirm something. Luna, congratulations on your successful debut in court. What's that term? Rise from the ashes?
The term is not used that way. Thank you, Chief. I didn't expect so many twists and turns in this case. I thought it would be simple.
Despite the twists and turns, you had many highlights, especially your final argument. It was very impressive.
Is that so? Being praised by Chief?
But I have a subtle feeling that this case is probably far from as simple as it seems.
I feel the same. There's still an intriguing mystery yet to be unraveled.
It's this unsent postcard, right?
There are many things on it that we still don't understand. Who did Bamboo Deer have a request from? And what was he looking for at the Murder Masons on the day of the incident? Also, where is his destination for the postcode 10009M on this postcard?
Postal codes ending in capital letters are often linked to classified organizations and are hard to access through regular means. Let's leave these matters to Master Hush for now.
Is he going to personally handle it even at his age? Being a prosecutor seems really tough.
That's just his style. Anyway, since we've finally won the case, what would you like to do, Luna? As a reward for your first victory as a newcomer at the office, I'll treat you to something.
Really? Then I want to go for a hair spa.
Hair spa?
Yes, let's go. I haven't done spa for almost a month. My hair feels dry. It's so annoying.
Well, I guess I can skip that.
Well, that's it for my debut as a new lawyer. They say that experience makes perfect, but this is already my second time in court. Why am I even more nervous? But fortunately I achieved victory today. To be honest, I'm quite happy.
Wait, so this is her second case? Okay, I was not expecting that one. Yeah, this game already has its twists and turns already thrown at my face.
Of course, I can't be complacent about this level of achievement. After all, this victory was not achieved by me alone. Chief and Prosecutor Hush played crucial roles. Even seemingly unreliable Plum may have contributed to the perfect outcome of the case. And more importantly, that disastrous case 5 years ago was a turning point in my life. I chose to become a lawyer because of it, with a mission that I must fulfill. One day I will figure out all the truth.
How many chapters are there? Oh damn, there's quite a bit of chapters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh no, it's just 7. Well, that was quite an eventful case. And of course, just like actually no, I didn't struggle that much in the tutorial case for the murders of the Yangtze River. This one did throw me in for a loop though. I think it was mainly just, there was just a few parts that didn't seem to be as well explained or something. Like the part where, oh yeah, their DNA is this, could be exactly this, the rare case of the DNA being exactly the same. It felt like super coincidental and felt like a stretch, but like, okay, I did see how it ended up being like that in the end. But it seems to be like more of gut feeling, but yeah. Oh boy, that makes me dread for what kind of difficulties I'll be facing in the future chapters. Oh god. Because I'm already have to reload my game a few times just to pick up the right evidence. But yeah, turns out, I really need to look at things more closely and stop overthinking the simple details. But yeah, farewell for now.